I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire we tried to hold on. We built this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we're still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. Ooh. I'll always be your captain. Told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire we tried to hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, a story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your captain. tempted. I was tempted. Tempted by your smile. I was tempted. And for a little while I was certain that I will be the one to change you, and you will be mine. You will be mine. I was tempted, tempted by your eyes. I was tempted, the promises, the lies just keep hurting. They just keep on hurting. But I won't be the one to change you, and you won't be mine. No, you won't be mine. Like Eve in the garden when the evening came. How could I believe you, fooled and ashamed? I was tempted, but tempted I'm no more. I've attempted what was never done before. Drop the curtain, drop the curtain. See, no one ever changes, no one. Farewell and goodbye. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. Ah, snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag? Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the tempted. I was tempted. Tempted by your smile. I was tempted. And for a little while I was certain that I will be the one to change you, and you will be mine. You will be mine. I was tempted, tempted by your eyes. I was tempted, the promises, the lies just keep hurting. They just keep on hurting. But I won't be the one to change you, and you won't be mine. No, you won't be mine. Like Eve in the garden when the evening came. How could I believe you, leave you, fooled and ashamed? I was tempted, but tempted I'm no more. I've attempted what was never done before. Drop the curtain, drop the curtain. See, no one ever changes, no one. Farewell and
Hello, you beautiful people on the internet, and welcome to Frontrow 2025. I am so excited to see you all in the chats. Let's get some energy. Let me know where you're tuning in from, what time it is, because currently, if you can't tell by my strong accent, we are in Australia, which means it's pretty bad for the rest of the world, meaning that it's currently 9 p.m. here, and we're going to be streaming throughout the night for 3 days in a row for you guys for Frontrow this year. I am so excited for this one. We have some amazing speakers, some amazing talks and sessions, and so many other things planned that you'll just have to wait and see. But I can see people saying hello in the chat. Hello, Nick. Hey, fan, Jay, Nardo, Naveen, Vinay, Ankin. Hello. Where are you guys tuning in from? We've got people in India. That's awesome. Bangalore, Ukraine, Poland, Greece, love Greece. Serbia, awesome. Norway, we've got people from all around. Where are our Aussies? Where are our late night Aussies? US, 3 a.m. That's got to be some sort of record. Iran, great. Uganda, awesome. It's great to see you guys here. We almost have 200 people joining us live at the moment, and we've had over 8,000 people sign up for the conference. So it's going to be an absolute packed 3 days. If there's any sessions you guys are looking most forward to, let me know in the chat as well. And if you haven't opened up the YouTube player yet to engage in the chat, you can do that as well. Man, I love seeing the chat go off. It's awesome to see you guys in here. Dubai, there we go. We got Grant from Melbourne, got Philippines, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, UK. Wes is it there? Pakistan, Yemen, Mark. Hi, Mark. Reem. Who else we got? We got Harris. Man, this is going so quick. Kenzo. It's awesome to see everyone here for hopefully a really great conference. So I better do an intro about myself. My name is Ryan Hayward. I'm going to be your host over the next 3 days. You're going to see a lot of me and hopefully not a lot of me as well with some extra content. I'm the founder of Insert Frame, and essentially what we do at Insert Frame is build products, education, and content for designers. So it's people like you guys, and we've done a few of these now. This is actually our 5th online conference, which is like crazy. We actually hosted the first online design conference back in 2019. Yes, pre-pandemic, and that was our very first Frontrow conference. And then we hosted another one in 2020, another one in 2021. Then we took a break for a couple of years as we tried to build some other stuff. And then we came back last year in 2024, and now we're here in 2025, which is crazy. And hopefully this is going to be our biggest conference yet. We have some amazing stuff in the pipelines. We have talks from some incredible speakers from the likes of companies like Shopify and Framer. We have some like hands-on workshops where you guys can not only follow along but engage in the content as well. As you can probably tell, the big thing that we do really differently with our Frontrow conferences, especially for an online conference, it's not a Zoom call. You're not stuck there and it's not me with a webcam. We really want to make this feel like a show. So any way you guys can engage with us and be more interactive, we're going to hero that as much as possible. We're even got a bunch of giveaways that we're going to get going. So actually, I'll grab some merch to show you what we've got in store. This almost feels like a bit of a game show. So we have some prizes that you guys can win if you actually stick around. Now, this is the benefit for actually joining us live. We're going to be giving away a ton of stuff. We have these cool like shirts, which is like variant shirts. We've got some stickers. We have, these are hats. We've got some shirts here that you guys can win as well. We've got so much stuff. We're even going to be giving away some AirPods tomorrow, so stick around for that. So hopefully you guys will obviously learn a ton and get a ton of value out of this conference, but more so on that, hopefully you can go away with some extra goodies as well. So let's take a quick look at the schedule for day 1 of Frontrow 2025. So you'll be able to see on the screen here the incredible lineup that we have and some of the times that these guys are available. Essentially, the real rundown, Fatan, yes, I am Australian, and we are out here grinding at night. The real rundown here is for every day you'll join at the same time, which currently for us is 9 p.m. And we're just going to stream until that day's over. So there'll be breaks, there'll be times to go get a drink of water, maybe just having this on in the background. That's totally fine as well. But obviously if you can engage, that would be super great. But you'll be able to see that every single day we'll just have lineup after lineup, and we'll just go for basically 3 days straight until, we drop dead from exhaustion. But looking at today, we have a killer lineup already. We have Alejandro, who's going to join us next, who's going to run through how to build a really incredible and creative portfolio. Alejandro is an absolute incredible designer, and I think you guys are just going to be blown away by his work and some of the really cool animations and effects that he can kind of add to his work to actually make him a high-ticket designer. Next, we actually have George Wirt, who's going to talk about good design is good business, and I'm very excited for his. Following that, you guys might know this guy, Jamie Brindle. He is the freelance king, and he's going to give you all the secrets, in particular the playbook to charging your worth. Then we're going to have a deep dive session with Jesse Showalter, who is going to be basically a long Q&A session with him and we're going to go really deep into the survival guide of modern freelancing, but I can see these are kind of ran the wrong way. So just before Jesse, we're actually going to be doing a live website review session with the official Framer template team. So we've got a couple of people from their team who are absolute experts and review literally hundreds of website templates every single week. So these guys know the answers to what it takes to actually build a really great, not only website, but website template, something that you could actually sell to potential customers and to gain some passive income. So as you can see, there's a ton in store for day 1 already, and day 2 and 3 are going to be even more. Man, there's so much to run through. It's crazy. So a big thing and you guys will hear me say this a million times over the next couple of days. The hashtag for this conference is hashtag Frontrow2025. And again, if you use it, we will give you merch. It's that simple. Probably the best places is Twitter or X and Instagram to use the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tag us on socials. Take a selfie, take a photo of the video and show us where you're actually tuning in from, and you'll be entered automatically in the chance to win some awesome merch. It really is that simple. And, you know, outside of that, you're obviously showing the love for our support, for our community, which means we can do more of this stuff and actually put more energy into stuff like this in the future. Now, I think now that we're talking about merchandise and giveaways and all this stuff, I actually thought we could do a quick little giveaway to the first 50 people who can fill out a form, and we're going to send you some stickers. As a thank you for joining this live, I want to make sure that you guys actually get something in return apart from just the knowledge that you're going to get today. So we're going to do some stickers. So in the chat here, we're actually going to put a link. Now, I will note this, that you will have to be eligible in terms of like location and shipping and things like that, because, you know, there's limitations in the world, but we'll get someone to put a link in the chat from my team. And if you kind of fill out that form and you're one of the first 50 people to do that, we'll actually send you one of these stickers. So keep an eye out for that throughout the live stream here and as well in the chat. All right, what else? And I also want to give a huge shout out to our event partners as well. So that is Framer and Insert Frame. Framer, if you don't know, is the no-code website builder built for Generation Figma. And Insert Frame, which is our company, trying to put all this together and just create an amazing show and experience for you guys. We'll also put some links in the chat and in the description below where you can actually join our Slack community. And that's probably the best place to kind of get real-time updates from us and to see what's going on. And if there's any weird changes or things that are happening, or even if you just want to connect with, you know, the 8,000 people who have signed up for this further, you can just join our Slack community and have a chat to them there. Now, if you do miss out on any sessions, and I know this is a really common thing that gets asked, we are recording everything and every individual session will go up on YouTube as quickly as we possibly can. So if you head to frontrow.events/replay or scan this QR code now or later on, you'll be able to replay any session from Frontrow for absolutely free. So if you do miss out, or you've got a meeting, or you just can't make it because you're in Australia and you really need to go to sleep like we should be doing, then you can just head to frontrow.events/replay and you can catch up there at any time. Now, I think it's the best time to also give away some hats and merch. I think I feel like I'm Oprah and I'm just like giving away stuff at the moment. So over the past 3-4 weeks, everyone who's been signing up have been using the hashtag Frontrow2025 and they've been sharing their excitement online. So we've randomly picked 2 winners already to win some awesome merchandise. So I'm just going to read them out really quick. So we have number 1, Tom at Tom_webdesigner. And we also have Tanmay at Tanmay_14. So we'll reach out to you guys individually on social media, but congratulations and thank you so much for sharing the love using the hashtag Frontrow2024. Now, that's basically it from me in terms of a spiel. I can see we've almost got 300 people, which is crazy. Yeah, and it's amazing to see you guys tune in here. Are we shipping to France? You have to check the drop down list. Most of Europe is probably fine. Don't quote me on that. Obviously, like I mentioned, there is some limitations, unfortunately, so it is a little bit tricky to get everywhere in the world, even though we'd like to. But even though you might not be eligible for a sticker, we have other things that we might be able to potentially send you, as well as we've got heaps of different digital products and gifts that we'll be able to give you as well. So there's plenty of things going around. I'm absolutely confident in that. Alexander asks, Ryan, in what part of Australia are you located? We are from Melbourne, so behind the scenes, which you'll be able to see with a behind the scenes camera shortly, there's actually a team of people behind me. It's not just me taking all the credit here. We've actually got a really great team trying to put all this together, and it's been a massive challenge to actually get through this and to get to where we are, but I am so pumped because the lineup we have is just absolutely incredible. But anyway, I think that's going to be it from me. Like I mentioned, there's a ton of stuff that's going to happen over the next few days, and I really just wanted to take this time to introduce you to Frontrow and to say welcome to this show. I really do think it is a show more than anything. Will we be redirected to other lives, or will all of these events happen in this live? So that's a really great question as well. Anytime you want to join Frontrow Live, all you need to do is go to frontrow.events/live. And then that page will redirect you to the YouTube live stream. Each day will be a separate live stream link on this channel, so you don't have to go anywhere else. And if you just go to frontrow.events/live, we'll always redirect you to the right place. So that's the easiest way to get in touch. I see people from Africa, Nigeria. It's so awesome to have you guys here. I think it's awesome that we can build this and foster this community from all ends of the world. It doesn't matter, who you are or where you're from. We can kind of be together in this place to essentially become better web designers. Speaking of which, up next we have Alejandro, who's going to be who firstly is an award-winning designer and an incredible guy who's going to give you some absolute nuggets in terms of value, in terms of what it takes to actually build a killer portfolio that can land more work and impress any client, which is going to be our first session at Frontrow2025. And he's actually joining us here in the studio. He's another Melbourne, he's another Aussie, and we'll be back in just 5 minutes with Alejandro's talk. But until then, enjoy the ad break, and we'll be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
You told me I'm your anchor, I told you you're my bow. Through the wind and fire we try to hold on. We build this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we're still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stops and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I'll always be your captain. You told me I'm your anchor, I told you you're my bow. Through the wind and fire we try to hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, a story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I've never known a love so steady. Even gold won't turn your tide. We flow together like an ocean, every low and every high. And I would have you any way, dear, any way your heart could bear. Even if you had to leave me, I'd always be waiting here. Even when we are apart, I will keep you in my heart, and I wouldn't change a thing, even if I were the king.
Hey everyone, it's Ryan here checking in once again. Now, if you want to keep up to date on what's happening during Frontrow, you can add the entire schedule to your Google Calendar. And I highly recommend this because time zones can be a bit... Grace, I really hoped you beat that in the edits. So just scan the QR code that's on the screen now or press the link that's in the chat to add the entire schedule to your calendar. All right, and just like that, we are back with Frontrow 2025. I'm very excited for this next session. It's going to be a great one to kick off the conference. Before we do introduce our first speaker, just a quick reminder once again to use the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tag us at Insert Frame if you want to win any goodies like some merch, stickers, or just join in on all the community fun here. Now, let's introduce Alejandro, our next speaker. He is an award-winning experience designer and creative, partnering with brands to create captivating digital solutions. Ali and I go way back, well, kind of way back. We've worked on some projects together. I can vouch for his work and his experience. He is an absolute phenomenon and he is super inspiring as well. I think you guys are just going to love and just adore his work. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Alejandro, who is fortunately for us joining us in studio. Hello, mate.
Hey, man.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How do you feel? You're on the big live stream now.
Excited. I'm really excited. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want to give people a quick sort of like introduction in terms of like how we met?
Sure. Actually, we bumped into each other at a gig that I was doing for a brand here in Melbourne. I had heard about you and knew about your work before that, but we've never had the chance to work together. I think that was the very first time we bumped into each other, and somehow we ended up collaborating after that. We did some really cool projects together, and here we are now.
Yeah,
actually,
that's awesome.
So,
yeah, for sure. As you can tell, Alejandro is a very trendy sort of guy, so it's pretty easy for you to like fit in within like the designer crowd. I feel.
I try.
For sure.
My best.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave you to it, everyone. This is Alejandro. I'm gonna leave you in his capable hands, and we'll be back very soon. Good luck.
Man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. Really excited to be here. And actually, before I kick off, I want to acknowledge all the effort and the amount of work that it takes to put this event together. So first of all, I want to give a massive shout to everyone behind these cameras who's making this possible and for putting together such a great conference. I am super honored and happy to be here and to have the opportunity to kick things off. Actually, it's really exciting. I also want to thank everyone who is joining live from wherever you are in the world. Welcome. I hope that you make the most out of this conference, and more importantly, have fun. I think events like these are super important for our industry. And, if you can learn something, but have fun at the same time, I think that's an incredible thing to do. I also want to make sure that everyone who's joining today is learning something. And my goal for this talk was actually ensure that you walk away feeling inspired, feeling like you've actually learned something new. And it's the reason why I actually created a presentation that's split into parts. So, part one, I'm going to be talking a little bit about me and about my journey. I'll promise I'll keep that very brief. And part two, it's going to be a workshop, essentially a walkthrough, a step-by-step guide on how to create this interactive website that you're looking at here on the screen. And it's a website that I built using Framer. And for those of you who don't know what Framer is essentially a tool that I use to create interactive websites without any code. And today I'm going to be showing you how I use that. So if you have a Framer account and you actually want to remix the project, you can do so by going into my website. Go to alejandromejias.com.au/Frontrow2025, and you can actually remix the project. If you don't have a Framer account, that's okay. You can also sign up from there. And if you're in the audience and you don't know what Framer is, and you may not, or you don't care about Framer, and you don't intend to use Framer at all, you can also stick around and watch the session. This will be relevant as well, because you're gonna be seeing how I actually create websites myself from scratch using Framer. So remember, jump on alejandromejias.com.au/Frontrow2025 if you want to remix the project. And you can either follow along during the session while I do it myself here on the screen, or if you want to sit back and relax, enjoy it. This session will be recorded anyway, so you can always rewatch it later on and follow the steps at a later stage at your own pace. So without further ado, let's start with a little bit about my journey. And as I said before, I promise to keep this very brief. So you may be wondering, who I am and what do I do? So in a work context, I'm a freelance experience designer and creative. And, it's funny because people still ask me a lot, like, what is it that I do? And in simple terms, I design websites, mobile apps, web apps, anything in the digital world that it's interacted with. And my role as an experience designer is to ensure that whatever I design is not only fit for purpose, but it's actually intuitive and easy to use and enjoyable as well. So think of a time that you went on a website and that website was very easy to use and it was enjoyable and you felt like you were able to complete the steps you needed to do very quickly. That's essentially what my role is. And the creative side is one that I kind of like to inject into that process. So not only I want to do websites that are intuitive or apps that are simple to use, but that are also memorable and fun. So always finding that, synergy between those two areas. I've been doing this for over 10 years now. This is a picture of me back then. Very early days when I was getting started, around 2014 roughly, which is when I first landed, or when I landed my first design job actually. And back then the industry looked very, very different. It's kind of funny to think back and to reflect a little bit on it, but the very first website I actually designed it in Photoshop, believe it or not. It sounds crazy right now, but actually that's what we used. And in a sort of pace of a couple of years, the industry was evolving very fast, and new tools came around, new processes came around, and obviously with that my process changed and I was learning a lot, and of course my work was getting better by the day, and I actually managed to see a great sort of progression in the industry in those 2 years. Those first 2 years of the job were actually incredible because I was able to learn a lot. So around 2016, I decided to quit that first job and to go on a freelance journey. I felt like I had acquired enough experience, and so I wanted to sort of start my own journey and be independent. So I went ahead and did that. And, between 2016 and 2019, I was actually doing some great work. I was landing some incredible gigs, working with some incredible brands. But, up until this point, I felt like a lot of my work was sort of a little bit repetitive, and even though I was working with incredible brands, the natural progression of the industry and the maturity of the industry meant that a lot of the work that I was doing, which was commercial work, felt a little bit sort of same. And I wasn't really tapping into the creative side of me. I was definitely tapping into the experience design side of me. But I felt like I needed something that excited me. So around 2019, after feeling a bit stuck, I went on a bit of a quest to find a creative outlet. And at the time, Instagram was feeding me with a bunch of 3D stuff. I guess I must have given a hint to the algorithm that I was into 3D. And so I started getting all these 3D projects, and I was always a fan of 3D. And, you know, I never really intended to be a 3D designer or was something that I even wanted to do at the time. But, you know, in all this mix of seeing all this 3D work, I came across a tool called Spline 3D, which essentially suggested that I could learn how to do 3D with a smaller learning curve that I would have with any other software. And because I was in this quest to kind of find some creative outlet, I decided to give Spline a go. So very quickly, I fell in love with the tool, and I was actually having a lot of fun. Spline 3D became kind of a playground for me where I would go and just create freely. It was actually really powerful because for the first time, I felt like I was doing work without any deadlines. This had no commercial link. It basically was an opportunity to create and have fun. And I would basically finish work and go home and do a little bit of, you know, maybe a couple of hours where I'll spend just, you know, playing around with the platform, doing 3D graphics and actually injecting a little bit of motion into this. It was really fun. And not only I was able to tap into 3D, I was also able to tap into motion, which again was something that I guess I never really thought about as much, but, you know, all of a sudden the platform was allowing me to do it. And, you know, I was really enjoying the process. So the only issue was that it felt like a lot of the stuff that I was doing here was sort of getting lost. I wasn't really sharing the work, and, you know, I was doing all these 3D graphics, but, you know, it kind of felt like, you know, they were sort of staying in Spline and not really going anywhere. And so I thought maybe I could turn this into something else. And I've always been very interested in music. I've always been, I guess, you know, passionate about music. It's one of my hobbies. And so I thought maybe I could find a way to combine all these new skills that I'm gaining, all these 3D graphics with music. And a lot of these graphics actually already kind of felt like they could go very well with some sort of sound. And so I started exploring these mini projects where I would combine these 3D graphics that I'm working on with essentially a little bit of music and visual design. And again, this was sort of an opportunity to explore a new area of design and to do something that had no commercial link or wasn't really intended to do anything else but, you know, be a place where I could just freely create. I started doing these posters once a week, and I would share them on socials. It kind of became, again, another experiment, really. And indirectly, and this is what's most interesting about this, is that by experimenting, I was actually able to learn a bunch of new things that I didn't really plan for. So again, I was able to tap into motion and 3D design. Now, the only issue was, again, that, you know, I'm doing all this work and I'm doing all these posters where I'm combining visual design and 3D and motion, but it kind of feels like this is a side project, and being a side project, I'm really enjoying that part. But, you know, on my day to day, when I go to work and I'm actually doing the experience design side of things, you know, it feels like I'm not actually enjoying that part as much. And it feels like there's a little bit of a disconnect between those two worlds. So I was really trying to find a way to connect those two. And, you know, it really kept me awake trying to think, how can I combine these two worlds that I'm gravitating between? And then at some point, I come across this video, I believe, which suggested that I can actually combine 3D graphics from Spline 3D, which I had already been doing a lot, with a tool called Framer. And at the time, I had no idea what Framer was, but essentially Framer suggested that I could build websites using 3D graphics without any code. And to me, that was like a magic wand. Like someone had given me the magic trick that I needed to be able to combine these two skill sets and these two worlds. And, you know, I had already been doing websites, of course, that felt a little bit same. And being able to now integrate all these 3D graphics was like, you know, all of a sudden, there was a huge opportunity to create something really cool. So I got really excited. And at the time, actually, I needed a new website. It was time for me to redesign my portfolio. And, you know, as a designer, your portfolio is kind of the biggest opportunity and the best opportunity that you have to not only showcase the work that you've done, but showcase what you're capable of. And that's something that to me is really important. I think as designers, you know, again, especially if you work in commercial projects, often you end up feeling like you don't get the opportunity to really shine and show what you can do. So take your portfolio as the opportunity to do that. And that's what I did. So with Framer, I was able to, again, tap into areas that I had never really tapped into before, like motion, again, 3D, and a bunch of other stuff. This platform was actually really powerful, you know, and for me to discover it and to be able to work on it was actually incredible. So not only I got to redesign my website, I was so excited about Framer that I just kept going and building all these little projects. I would, you know, pitch ideas to friends and I would build them websites. I would essentially just find any potential project that I can build in website and in Framer and just go for it. I was really immersing myself into this platform. And for the first time, actually, it felt like I was being able to have fun again, doing what I do. And, you know, not only being able to have fun, but also experiment a little bit. Because again, I was using all these projects as little experiments where there was no right or wrong. So for me, Framer was really an opportunity to experiment, to, you know, create freely and to showcase my work. So that leads me to part 2, which is the workshop. And in the same way that Framer gave me an opportunity to create a memorable website and to have fun, I actually want to do the same for you. So I've prepared this workshop as a way to show you how easy it is to learn and to build something in Framer that can actually be something memorable. So this specific template and website that we're going to be building, it's actually a 3D gallery that you can use as a portfolio if you're a creative. But also, if you are new to Framer, this is an opportunity for you to see the platform, how it works, and the things that you can do. So I'm going to reiterate again, if you want to remix the project, you can go onto my website, alejandromejias.com.au/Frontrow2025, and you can get the project from there. And if you want to sign up to Framer, you can do it from there too. And if you also want to just sit back, relax, watch it for now, you can do so and then come back to it later on. So what I'm actually going to do now is we're going to move on to our project here in Framer. And we can see here, perfect. So essentially what we've got here is the start of a project. And what we're going to do basically is we want to take our basic project into an interactive gallery, as you can see here, which essentially is showing some work. And as you click on it, you can go onto a project details page with a little bit more information. And we're going to do that by going into our project. And so what we're going to do first is we're going to start setting up our frame here. And the way in which we do that is we're going to draw a frame across our screen here. And first of all, we want to switch off this fill option that's coming as default. The reason why I'm doing that is because I want to work with this black background, just like the original template. And this frame is the very first step and the foundation of the website. Now, it's very important that we set up this frame in the correct size here. So what we want to do is we want to set it up at 100% width and 100% viewport. That's essentially saying to the browser that all the content will be contained in that viewport size. And what we're going to do then is we're going to start building the gallery. So for that, I've actually uploaded an image already in the project. And this is an image, of course, that you can change later on. So, you know, if you want to add your own images, of course, you can. But for now, we're just going to work with this. And what we're going to do is we're going to drag our image onto the frame. And by doing that, that's setting up the image right in the center of our page. And what we want to do then is we want to set this image up to be a perfect square. So it's already a square, but what we want to make sure we do is we lock the aspect ratio of this image. And the way in which we do that is we're going to hit this lock icon here. So you can already see that we've got a perfect square. But what's more important is that you want to set the width to a relative size. So instead of a fixed number, we're going to use percentages. And what that's essentially doing is telling the browser that, or the image more specifically, that as you resize your browser, your image is also going to resize. So that's very important for when we actually, you know, when we see this in a large screen, we also want the images to enlarge accordingly. So that's the very first step. Now comes the fun part, which is we're going to now duplicate this image a few times so that we can create our gallery. And for the purpose of this, I'm going to do 6 images in total. Again, there's no right or wrong here, really. You can play around with as many images as you want. It really comes down to what works best for you. But for this, we're just going to do 6. So I want to make sure that we've got 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to spread these images around my canvas here. And I'm doing that just so I can see all the images that I'm working with. Now, this doesn't have to be perfect. And in fact, these images are not going to stay here in this exact position. All I want to do is I want to make sure I get a good view of all of them. Perfect. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I actually want to name these layers correctly. Just a bit of housekeeping to ensure that I know what images that I'm working with. This will come handy later on and you see why. So we're going to use a basic naming convention for these images. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to call this image R1, R for right. And because we're kind of working from the outside in, and we're working with an even number of 6 images, 3 on the right, 3 on the left, I'm going to use this naming convention of R1, R2, and R3. And then I basically want to repeat the same, but for left. So I'm going to do left 3. Then we're going to call this left 2. And then we're going to call this left 1. Perfect. So what we want to do now actually is, and this is probably the fun part really, is we want to make sure that our images are rotated, and we give them that 3D effect that ultimately makes them look like our original version here. So you can see actually that the images sort of rotate inwards, and so we want to create this effect that the images sort of go from the edge all the way into the middle. So for that, we actually need to add a couple of attributes onto our images. So we're going to start by selecting all of images here. And what we want to do is we want to go into our transform section. Now, this image is already got a rotate attribute, which I've already added. What you want to do is you want to go into 3D, and that's essentially what's going to give it that 3D effect. And another attribute that you want to add to this image is the perspective. Now, we will be tweaking these values in a minute, but we have to do that image by image. So just leave it for now. And what you want to do then is you want to go image by image and actually change the Y value of the rotation. You don't have to worry about the other values. We're just going to worry about the Y value, and that's because we want the image to rotate but stay put where it is. And again, here's where experimentation comes in. I don't think there's a right value. I don't think there's right or wrong again. But I'm going to use a number that works for me. And I'm going to start with 30. And because we're starting on the edge and we want our image to kind of rotate backwards, if you like, we're going to use a positive number. But when you do the same thing on the other end, and effectively we're just mirroring what we're doing on the other end, we're going to start using negative numbers. And you want to kind of use the same number that you used before. So if I started with 30 on the edge of the gallery, I'm going to use the same value here on the other end. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see a little bit of rotation on our images. And from here on, you basically do the same exercise with each image. The only difference is that we're going to add increments. So we started with 30. Now we're going to use 40. And we're going to use minus 40 here. And again, this is so that the images feel like they're kind of moving closer to the middle. And we've already used 40, and we're using increments of 10. So we're going to start with, we're going to add 50 here, and we're going to add minus 50 here. Okay, perfect. So you can already see that there is a little bit of that gallery effect, 3D gallery effect happening, but you can see that our images are a little bit out of place. So what we want to do is we want to send these two images to the back, and we do that by hitting the open bracket key, and there we go. And now we want to ensure that our images are actually in the right place. So again, when we resize the browser, this doesn't happen. We want to make sure that our images stay in the right position. So the best way to do that is to go into our position section here. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to match the values of the end of the screen. So with this image, we have 120 pixels on the right, and we want to make sure that our toggle pins for that image are in the middle. And then with this image here on the left, it's 120 as well. Toggle pin in the middle. Now we're going to go into our second image. And again, these values, you can play around with them. It's fine. You don't have to follow exactly what I'm doing here. You can play around with these yourself and see what works best for you. I'm just going to stick with 230 here. Essentially what we're doing is we're adding margin on the left. So I'm telling Framer to put this image on the far left with 230 pixels, but stay in the middle. So I'm going to do the same with this image, and I'm going to change this to 230 and put this in the middle as well. And then I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to change the value slightly. I want this image to feel like it's sitting on top of that other image there. I'm going to put the pin in the middle there. That is 370 on the left. And now I'm going to replicate the same thing here, 370 on the right. Perfect. Bit of a manual process, yet very important to ensure that our images are all in the right place. So hopefully if I resize this, they all staying in the same place, and some of them are. Actually, what has happened, and this happens often when you change the positioning, is that the images might have lost the correct sizing. So I can see these two images have lost their aspect ratio and their relative width. So again, want to make sure those images, there we go, have those attributes. So again, it's all about the placing, very important. But feel free to play around with these numbers. Again, you know, the size of the image, it depends on you, the spacing that you have between the images and where they sit. It's completely up to you. This is just what's working for me now. And so I'm going to leave it as is. I'm quite happy with how this looks. Now, the gallery is almost there, but it does feel like it's missing something. And that's because we haven't added shadows yet. So we're going to go ahead, and in the same way that we did before, we're going to select our images, and we're going to hit the shadow attribute here under styles. For this, we're actually going to go and only add shadows to the 4 images at the top. Of course, you don't have to worry about the last image because there's nothing behind that. So we're going to go ahead and change the shadow of this first image here on the left. And what you actually want to do is you want to make sure that all your images are using a drop shadow that is the exact same color as your background. And so I'm using black, so I'm going to go 100% on that slider. And I'm going to go back here to my image. And what I actually want to do is I want to add a value on the X axis, but because I'm working on the left hand side, I need to add a negative value. So I'm going to do that. And the values that you need to change for the shadows are the X values, and you can also play around a little bit with your blur and your spread. That's so that we get a more realistic effect and you just don't get a block that doesn't feel natural. So I'm going to play around with these numbers a bit. This looks good. I'm quite happy with it. And once I'm done with this image, what I can essentially do is I can go into my shadow section. I can copy that, and then I'm just going to paste it again here, and boom, I've already got the drop shadows working on one end of the gallery. And you know, there may be other ways to do this, but here's a bit of a shortcut. You can also paste the same shadow on the other end, but of course now you want to use a positive value for the X axis. So essentially you're sort of showing the shadow on the opposite side. And that's starting to look much better now, in my opinion. I think that already gives it a little bit of that three-dimensional look. It feels a bit more realistic. Actually, this is again where experimentation really comes in. You know, if you want to play around with the rotation of some of your images, that's also fine. I can show you quickly what that looks like. I just noticed that the image was sort of overlapping in the middle, and I felt like I needed to add a little bit more rotation. So I'm going to go back to my rotation here, and that just feels a bit better there with a bit of a gap in between the images. Awesome. Again, you know, this is where the experimentation part really comes in, and where, you know, Framer gives you the freedom to play around and to just see what works best. So if you want to add radius to your image, you can do so by going into your style section and playing around with the radius of the images. And, you know, I feel that that's kind of cool. That could work as well. So we've got our gallery, but now we're missing a very important aspect of this gallery, which is that hover effect that you see, which is essentially when you put your mouse over the image moves slightly to the top. Now, so the way in which we do that, so we're going to go into our images, and again, we want to select them all and go into our effects section here. And what we want to do is we want to add a hover effect. Now, you can see that I've added the hover effect, and all of a sudden my images have gone flat. And the reason why that happens is because by default, the hover effect changes the rotation of your image. And it actually also changes the scale of the image. So what we actually want to do is we want to change some of these attributes and the details here on our hover effect. So first off, what we're going to do is we're going to tell Framer to keep the scale at 1. We don't want our images to change. Not in this case. Again, it's an area that you can explore if you wish. And what's very important is we actually toggle the 3D rotation on. So again, we're basically telling Framer to keep our image rotated as the hover effect happens. Now, it's a bit of a manual process because we have to go image by image, but I promise you it's not a hard one. So I'm going to start with the image on the left, and I'm going to go into my hover effect. And basically all I need to do is replicate the exact number that I've used in the original image. So for this image, I've got 30 pixels. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the same. But what I want to do here is to add some offset pixels. So essentially, I'm going to tell Framer that when I hover on this image, that image is going to move 25 pixels up. And I do that by adding a minus number here in the offset section. Now, we're going to do the same with all of these images. So remember, we're replicating the 3D rotation, and I'm going to do minus 25 here. This is 60. And then I'm going to change this to 25, minus 25. Now we want to do the same thing here again. So we're going to do minus 60 on the rotation, minus 25 for the offset, minus 25 for the offset, and minus 40 here. And then this, we want to make sure that's the same number. So again, we're going minus 30 and minus 25. Excellent. So hopefully if I preview this, it should work. And it works, actually. That's pretty good. So as I hover on each image, you can see the image sort of jumps. Again, another opportunity for experimentation. I'm not a big fan of the hover effect and the way that it jumps. So I can actually change that a little bit. And because I've already added the right rotation to each image, what I can actually do is I can select all of my images. I can go into hover effect, and without changing any of the values, but going into the transition, I can actually change what the motion of that hover effect looks like. I'm a big fan of working with physics. For me, it's what works best. Again, as I said before, here is an opportunity for you to explore. I just really like the way in which the physics kind of make the transition feel smoother. And I usually like to work with these values. So 400 for stiffness and 100 for damping. That just makes the image kind of go into sort of a slower kind of motion. So I'm going to preview this, and boom. that's looking much better. I'm really happy with the look. Now, all it's left to do is, as I said before, in the beginning, you can change these images. So, at this point, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to upload some images that I've got here prepared. And we're adding our images now. And there we go. So essentially, in just a few steps, we're able to create a 3D gallery with absolutely no code. And you can see that not only is a way to showcase some work, but it's also an interactive element. So, I think that's the beauty about Framery. It allows you to go from an idea into execution really fast and into, and tapping into areas, like motion and, even 3D to make your experience, or the experience for someone who's visiting your website way more memorable than if they were looking at this, in 2D and if it was flat. Now, what's left is you want to connect each image to another page where you go and see more details about that particular artwork that you're showing. And the easiest way to do that is by selecting your image and going into the link section here on your right-hand side panel. And I've already created a case study page here, so I'm just going to connect that. And if we preview this, what's going to happen is as I click on my image, I can go onto my project details. Now, of course, there's only so much time that we have today, and I can't show you every single step on how to create this case study page. But, let me know if you really like this content, if you really like this video and you want to learn how to use Framer, you want to learn more about this particular template, reach out. I'm more than happy to help you out and to create more content like this, where I'll show you the power of Framer and where, we can work together in creating a more exciting world with exciting websites.
Awesome, man. Great stuff.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Session number one is done. I've got a few questions for you, and just quick reminder to anyone in the chat, if you want to ask Ali here a question, just drop it in the chat so my team can see it and they can let me know in my ears, so then I can ask you right here. That's how it's going to work.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Personal question from me first off the bat.
Sure.
When did you find the balance between good design and then pairing that with animation? Because I think one of your great strengths and what really stands out about your work is your pairing of a very motion-based form versus a very static form in terms of the work.
I feel like I've always been interested in motion, even though I never really pursue it per se, and I think there's almost a little man in my head telling me what the right animation should look like. And it's often a bit of a challenge because animation is something that, it's very easy to know if you didn't get it right, and so for me, it's about experimenting a lot. I don't think I always get it 100%, it's always a matter of exploring and kind of gut feeling, it's just really about playing around with it until it feels like it's actually right.
Yeah, okay. Did you ever, as a kid, play around with, stick figure animations and stuff like that?
I played with Legos a lot when I was growing up.
Okay.
And I don't know if that actually helped.
Were you one of those, stop motion animation kids?
I actually watched a lot of cartoons, and I think my favorite cartoons were the ones that were, often created, with graphics. And so I think, maybe, I kind of grew up with a bit of an influence on motion design without really knowing it. Again, I can't really say for sure if I know what the perfect animation looks like, but more often than not, when I'm playing around with Framer, I just move the numbers and change the numbers as much as I can until it actually feels right.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Very good. Like I mentioned, there's a ton of questions coming in already, so feel free to add them in the chat. First ones that has come in is, how do you think AI will change the role as designers over the years? I know this is like a very
loaded question.
It is very loaded, right? And I think it's like a very popular question that gets asked too, because we're kind of at this stage where it's like, okay, there's this new technology emerging. Is that good for us or bad for us? What's your thoughts?
I think it's good. I honestly think it's definitely changing our industry, and it's changing it in the same way that the internet changed industries, back in 2000, and the same way that factories change, the world in which people lived a while back. So, I mean, to me, this tool, this technology, it's just a new opportunity to create work. There's a lot of tools out there now that help us designers, be better at what we do, be faster. I think if anything, it's just going to make our industry, way more powerful. I think, it enables us to be better designers. So I keep saying this, AI is something that we should engage with and not be scared of.
For sure. Very interesting. You use a lot of tools, right? Like, I love that you use both Framer and Spline together to kind of like add this new use case. Is there any other sort of like tools in whether it be the 3D world or just the design world, that are like interesting to you at the moment that you're starting to explore?
I'm trying to tap into AI a little bit more, and it's interesting. I mean, there's so much out there. I'm still kind of curating what's good for me. I know Midjourney is definitely something that it's in my list, and it's something that I'm trying to explore even further. Someone told me the other day, Claude is a very good OpenAI, and seems to be better than ChatGPT, at least for creative work, especially using AI with Framer. You can create a lot of components actually using AI, and I've used ChatGPT for that in the past, and it doesn't really get it. You have to try it a few times until it gets it. So yeah, Claude's definitely one that I'm going to be trying a lot more with Framer.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think Claude's like stronger for like development and like obviously writing that code compared to like what GPT is right now.
Yes.
Another one that comes to mind, and I can't think of the name of it, but I'm sure someone in the chat can help me out. There's this new like AI design tool, and it's almost like Midjourney, like it's for generating images. But their whole kind of like principle for it is like for generating like what would be, you go to unsplash.com and try to find an image.
Yes.
Instead of like searching, I want a man in a blue shirt, you could put that into this tool, and then it would AI generate that kind of like stock photo image that's kind of built for these use cases that we use as designers.
Okay.
And I think that's like one like really great practical use case for like AI in terms of like our design workflow.
100%.
But is there anything else in terms of like practically that you're doing to kind of embed AI or even just automation into your workflow that doesn't necessarily take away from your work as a creative, but just like speeds up or adds to the process?
Well, I think the components, the Framer components, is actually a great example. I came across Nandy's video, who he's actually part of the lineup here at the event. There's a video which I recommend you watch it if you haven't, where he explains how to leverage ChatGPT or any AI really to help you build components. And I've actually already used it a couple of times.
Yeah, nice.
And like I said, it doesn't get it 100% right from the first go, but it's definitely an incredible and very powerful way to turn an idea very quickly into something that's functional. I think personally, often I find myself craving something else when it comes to Framer. There's obviously a lot of stuff out of the box, but there are certain custom things that I want to build that I'm not able to because I'm not a developer. I think that's when AI can be a very, very powerful almost right hand,
Yeah, for sure.
a best friend
For
that
sure.
you can have sitting next to you, help you build incredible stuff.
For sure, especially as like creatives, because we can like picture what that looks like in our heads.
100%.
But when it comes to like execution, we
Yes.
don't know, especially when it's development led, we don't technically know how to do that.
100%.
But if you can figure out how to articulate that and communicate that into a tool like that, then that can be the heavy lifting. Because as creatives, like what's in our head is our value. So
Totally.
if we can take that and we can figure out a way to kind of essentially just communicate that to these tools, and they can do the heavy lifting.
That's spot on. I couldn't say it any better. And I think that's what, AI is really good for. When I started, I would have to sit next to a developer, and I would need to explain exactly what my idea was. And more often than not, there was miscommunications. Things didn't really look like I intended them to. And so, today the world looks very different. I can go and, write a prompt exactly, how I'm thinking about it, with my own words even, and without using any jargon. And, you can actually come up with something incredible,
Yeah, for sure. Now, your website, your actual portfolio, I'm sure we'll link it in the chat, or there'll be a link somewhere. Definitely go check it out. It's like a beautiful website. Like it's been featured everywhere on the internet, which is cool.
Thanks,
I
man.
I was actually on a landing page inspiration sort of site the other day. I'm like, that face looks familiar. And it was your website. But what I love about it is obviously you do a really good job at mixing both animation with that visual design. But I think often misconception, or what people often do with their websites, is they go too far with animation.
Yeah.
And it becomes so overwhelming, and also it impacts the performance of, say, your website. How do you kind of like find the line between what is too much versus not enough of animation and effects to make your site actually, come to life?
I love that question because I'm guilty of charge, to be honest. Sometimes I feel like I go overboard, and then I need to tone it down a little bit. Again, I feel it's all about gut feeling, and really I can't claim that I'm a motion designer. There's people who are 10 times better than I am that specialize in that. But when it comes to interactions, I think the key really is to think about what the interaction is doing. So when you jump on a website, you have to think, if you're the designer of that website, you have to think what the audience is and what they're looking for. I think if you're doing too much, for you as a designer, it might look cool, but the person on the other end who's using this website for a specific goal may feel like those interactions are kind of getting on the way to complete a task.
Sure.
Whereas if you're creating something that is more of an experience, an immersive experience, and you want people to feel like the animations are kind of telling a story, then, it's okay to go a little bit, above and beyond. So it's really about, I guess, finding the balance. And ultimately, it's about storytelling, right? I think that's the key thing. So, think of micro interactions as a way to add to that storytelling aspect of a design, and not to take away from it.
Yeah, because I think it's really easy just to like go, all right, let's just animate everything, let's make everything pop, and it becomes very oversaturated.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier just to add more things to something
for
than
sure.
say try to take things away. And I think we kind of get trapped in that workflow, where I think like a great product at the end of the day is the least amount possible, but still tells that really great experience through story and through brand and all these other attributes.
100%.
Where do you kind of get your inspiration from? Is there any like cool websites and things like that?
Lately, Instagram actually.
Okay.
Instagram's becoming...
it's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's actually a great place to see what other people are doing. I feel like sometimes when you look for inspiration and you go into a particular website, you kind of end up looking for something specific. Even unconsciously. And I kind of find that I've fed my algorithm enough information of the stuff that I want to see. And lately it's been sending me a lot of amazing work. So it's also nice to be able to see the person behind it and see more work that they're doing. But I think for Framer work, definitely check the Framer gallery. There's some incredible work in there. And yeah, I mean, I think Instagram is definitely for me.
Yeah.
The main source at the moment.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure. The visual feed. 2 questions before we wrap up. Number 1, what's in store for you this year? What's the game plan?
I definitely want to do more stuff on Framer. You can probably see how excited I get about this platform. So definitely tap onto that a little bit more. As a freelancer, I'm always looking for new work. And so, I'm working with a few projects at the moment. There's probably going to be a few more down the track, but definitely tapping into Framer. I really want to start building some templates, which hopefully I'll be releasing in a couple of months. That's the plan. I want to start doing a bit more portfolio work like this, helping people out who wants to showcase their work and, they're getting started with Framer. I really want to show how, Framer, in the same way that it helped me, can help other creatives. So
for sure.
Definitely
That's
more
awesome.
of that.
And let everyone know again where they can get in contact with you and how they can keep in touch.
Definitely follow on Instagram, Alejo Meves. That's my handle. Check out my
We'll write
website.
that out because I
Sure,
couldn't pronounce it
sure,
myself.
yeah, absolutely.
You've probably noticed that I've just gone Alejandro. I've written it down on the sheet, but I wasn't ballsy enough to...
Let's definitely do that. Don't worry. But yeah, if you want, just check out my website as well. That's got all my links to X, Instagram, and LinkedIn as well. I use LinkedIn a lot. And, connect, send me a message. Really, don't be a stranger. If you got questions about Framer, let me know. I'm more than happy to help. And yeah, hopefully, everyone enjoy the session.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much, Ali. Up next, we've got George Wirt, who is from the USA, but has flown down into Australia, who's going to be joining us here in studio in just a couple of minutes for our next talk. But we'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. Grab a glass of water. Go check out Ali's website, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Frontrow 2025.
Told me I'm your anchor, I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire we try to hold on. We built this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we're still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all I'll always be your captain. Ooh. I'll always be your captain. Told me I'm your anchor, I told you you're my bone. Through the wind and fire we tried, hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed, words that come together, a story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your captain.
Winterland, tell me all your secrets. Fill me in on your wildest moments. Colored trees, your yellow leaves move me. Dancing roofs, your painted red shakes the room. When I get there, I'll let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. Winterland, you're my sailing ship. Guide me in when you head for your trip. Right out of this wicked black and into bright sand, straight toward the warm sun and into his hands. When I get there, I'll let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. Winterland, whisper in my ear, make my troubles all disappear. Way on this wicked black, I'll feel the soft sand, right under the warm sun in his hands. When I get there, I'll let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. When I get closer. Let me know when I get closer. Open up the sky for me. When you say I'll dig much deeper, I will shout. Let me know when I get closer. Open up the sky for me. When you say I'll dig much deeper, I will shout. Loud.
Tempted. I was tempted. Tempted by your smile. I was tempted. And for a little while I was certain that I will be the one to change you, and you will be mine. You will be mine. I was tempted, tempted by your eyes. I was tempted, the promises, the lies just keep hurting. They just keep on hurting. But I won't be the one to change you, and you won't be mine. No, you won't be mine. Like Eve in the garden when the evening came. How could I believe you, fooled and ashamed? I was tempted, but tempted I'm no more. I'm tempted.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Frontrow 2025. We just had a great first session with Alejandro, and up next we're going to have George. But just before we do that, just a couple of quick housekeeping things once again. So, quick reminder, if you want to win some awesome merch, like some stickies or some shirts, some hoodies, some hats, or even some other things that we're giving away, make sure to use the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tag us on socials at insert frame on X and Instagram are probably best. As you can see on the feed next to me, we've got some people already sharing some really, really cool stuff that they've won. So yeah, just make sure to use the hashtag to kind of keep up to date on everything there. But let's waste no time getting into our next presentation. And joining me all the way from the USA is George. George started designing websites at 8 years old, which is just like crazy. How does that even happen? And he's turned his love from design into a full-time profession and now helps other designers through his content at Designspo, a community offering web design inspiration, courses, case studies, and more. So please welcome from the USA, George. Welcome, welcome.
Hey Ryan, it's great to be here.
He just flew in.
I just got here. Holy cow, it's hot. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm sunburned already.
What was your first impression on Australia? Because it's your first time here.
Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Everything is gorgeous. Melbourne is super nice. The tram is amazing.
Yeah.
The free tram zone.
That's
We
right.
got to explore the city. It was awesome.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Was there anything that like surprised you?
Yeah, the metro station, Southern Cross, huge,
It is
amazing.
big,
All the
isn't it?
shops, hot donuts.
Yeah. Okay.
Crazy
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Cool. Well, I'm going to leave you to it.
Okay.
You've got everyone on the live chat here. You're very used to this because you're like you're a whole like YouTuber and
I do
educator,
YouTube
which is
videos
sick.
and stuff
So-
like that.
So this will
I've
be,
also been doing YouTube videos since I was like 8 or 9 years
Yeah,
old. Domino videos and Minecraft videos
yeah,
and that kind
sick.
of thing.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm going to leave it to it, and
Okay.
we'll be back very soon. Over to George.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I have full control of the studio now. There's nothing they can do to kick me out. I've locked the door. We've got to make sure that that's locked. Okay, so today we are presenting on the business of design, and more specifically, why good design is good business. So, like Ryan said, I flew in all the way from America to Australia. That's 22 hours on a plane. Stopped over in LA, so we got a nice break there. But I am here on a mission. I got sunburned for you. I took 16 hours uninterrupted over the Pacific Ocean for you. I'm here on a mission, and it is to convince you to change the way we think about business websites. We're going to change the way we think about designing business websites. And I'm just, hold on, kind of mess up my slides here because I got these speaker notes. Here we go. Oh, it's perfect. It's not scuffed at all. We're going to change the way we think about designing for business. These are the most valuable kinds of websites on the internet. They're the reason that the internet is sort of able to function as a growing ecosystem. It's the e-commerce stores, the small business stores, the landscapers, the designers, the detailers, everyone that makes this internet functional is the same people that have to make it profitable. So we're going to, before we jump into how to make this happen, how we're going to change the way we think about designing for business, because it's broken, frankly. We'll talk about that in a second. I want to go over quickly some stats. There are around 23 million active business websites on the internet right now. That's give or take. There are some estimates that say it's well into like 100 million. There's some estimates that say it's maybe like 30 or 40 million. I chose a conservative estimate of 23 million actively maintained business websites. That seems like it's huge. Like it's already a very developed category, a very developed niche. Many designers like yourself are probably already designing small business websites. So it should come as a pretty big shock that roughly 96% of these business websites see zero traffic, no results. This is from Ahrefs. They did a study. They studied over 1 billion pages. 96% of them got zero traffic. Now, a lot of that is search engine results, not indexing, SEO, that kind of thing. But I want to posit to you that a huge reason that businesses are not seeing the results that they could be seeing on the internet, that the reason designers are not designing the kinds of websites they could be designing for small businesses is frankly because we're designing them in the wrong way. We have the wrong design philosophy. So we're going to go ahead and get into that in the next slide, if I can load it up using this computer. So the problem with small business websites is, like we covered, that 96% of them are not converting. Over the course of this, 40 minutes we have together, 20 minutes for Q&A, we're going to go over this problem in detail. We're going to cover the solution, the strategy, what we can do to implement this new way of thinking about business design. And finally, we'll dedicate 20 minutes to Q&A. Raise your hand, ask the teacher a question. So let's go ahead and load this next slide up here so we can do that. Next slide, we've got the problem. Let's identify the problem. Why are so many businesses having this problem? 96% of them are not converting in any capacity. And I think the reason comes down to a philosophy more than anything else. We talk about tactics on design YouTube channels all the time. We talk about tips and tricks. We talk about 5 ways you can optimize for conversion, SEO, whatever. At the root of these design decisions are design choices that stem from a philosophy. And the most prevalent philosophy in business design is that design and business aren't really all that related. A lot of business owners think of design as something airy, esoteric, woo, in the air, something that you go to art school for, and just business is serious. Business is numbers, it's SEO, it's KPIs, it's all these sort of statistics that you do. And so there's a fundamental disconnect. And the problem with this fundamental disconnect is that it puts design in a state of low priority. But websites are quickly becoming the way that customers find out more about businesses. They're quickly becoming the way that people take action when it comes to buying products. E-commerce stores do billions and billions of years online, and they're not the only ones. I mean, there's hard to measure income coming from landscapers that take calls through their website, or like I said, detailers that take payment through their website. That's hard to measure. Low priority design for most small business websites. As a result, those designs get them no results. And so they believe that to be unimportant. When they believe that design is unimportant, they put it low on priority. When it's low priority, it gets no results, and you get this endless flywheel where 96% of businesses get absolutely zero results. Now, that's the problem. Next, we're going to dive deep into why this is happening. Then we can cover the solution. But like, a doctor, you have to understand the cause before you can diagnose the solution. The cause is, in my opinion, from working with business owners on various web design projects, from consulting a ton of them in Designspo, from trying and failing to convince some of them to change the way that they think about design. this is the framework that fails, and it's essentially ego-driven design. Ego-driven design is the concept or the idea that I get to do what I want because it's my website. I don't have to think about the visitor in any capacity. If I want something on the website, it's going up. And I want to really quickly talk about ego, the word that I've chosen. I've chosen it specifically because it essentially means self-centeredness. When we hear the word ego, we might think of someone who's brash, overconfident, a little bit of a jerk or rude or whatever. But there's a much subtler, much scarier kind of ego that pervades a lot of the ways that we think just naturally. It's easier to think in my frame of reference than somebody else's. It's easier to be in my own head than it is to understand somebody else. As a result, we design most of our business websites, if we're not thinking about this, again, 96% of people are designing from what they want, what they need, what they're capable of. And that really sets the framework for ego-driven design. It's based on the needs, wants, and capabilities of the business owner or the designer that's designing for the business owner if they don't design for the customer. So I prepared a couple examples just because the definition is rather specific, the needs, wants, and capabilities of the business owner. That's ego-driven design. Needs. I can give you an example. I've had all of these conversations, by the way, I've actually had. We need newsletter subscribers, so let's go ahead and make the newsletter section our first section on the website. It doesn't matter if they're a newsletter company or not. It doesn't matter whether they have a great newsletter or not. It doesn't even matter if they have a newsletter right now. I've designed websites for somebody that did not yet have a newsletter and wanted that to be the first section on their website. You can't make it up sometimes. So the needs supersede the customer's needs or the visitor's needs in this ego-driven design. Once, similar thing. I want to use stock images because, taking good quality images of my work or of my team or whatever just takes too long. It's too hard. So let's just go ahead and throw some stock images up there because it's a lot faster. It doesn't matter if the customer wants to build trust by visiting the website. It doesn't matter if they want to learn more about the specifics of the services you offer, review your portfolio, because you're not thinking about the visitor right now. You're thinking about yourself, or the designer is thinking about what will get the project done the fastest. The capabilities. A lot of business owners, and it's no fault to them, they do a lot of other amazing things for their business. They don't have the skills to design like a pro. And if you're not thinking about the visitor or caring about the visitor, you say, well, I'll just pick out a free template and call it a day. That'll be good enough for me. Oh, scuff production here. I dropped my water. So that's the problem with ego-driven design. It really is a pervasive way of thinking that can infect basically every single design decision that you make. So there's a couple things that compound and make this even worse. You can't improve your design because it's not even on your radar. Like we identified, it's low priority, which means it doesn't get results, which means it's deemed as not important, which means it's low priority, which means it gets no results. So you can't even set up metrics to split test, a headline or a layout change or color changes or whatever. It's just not on your radar, so you can't improve. And that means you can't stand out, because if you're not improving your design, chances are you have competitors. Chances are at least one of them is trying to actively get better at maybe the most important marketing channel of the 21st century. So if I can't find, let's say as a landscaper, again, to use an example, if I can't find your phone number within 30 seconds of being on your website, I am probably going to go back to Google and find a landscaper where I can find their phone number, or email or contact form or whatever other form of getting in touch that people use to reach out to you. And third, those compound, it means you can't grow your business. Like I said, this is going to be, and it already is quickly becoming, the most important marketing channel of the 21st century. The business website can do things that a sales letter couldn't dream of, that a brochure can't dream of, that a business card can't even begin to dream of. You can change the colors depending on different landing pages. You can change the typography, the copy, the layout, the structure. You can add videos. I mean, the marketers of the early 20th century would have dreamed of something like this, and it's quickly becoming the most important marketing channel of the 21st century, and also the most forgotten for most businesses. And it's a shame. And the reason that it's such a shame is because it's everywhere. It'd be fine if this was 10% of the web. It'd be fine if it was 15. But it's 96% of businesses are operating like this. And the reason is that it's easier to think about because you don't have to put any extra effort. You just have to think about what you want. It's cheaper in the short term because you can either hire a very cheap designer or just get a template, either a free or a very low cost one. You could set something up on Squarespace in an afternoon if you so desire. But I want to talk about that for a second because cheap is very relative. Cheap can be the most expensive thing on planet Earth because you're missing out on tons of potential lost revenue by not focusing on this insanely important marketing channel. And the third reason that it's everywhere is business owners are busy. They have a lot of other stuff to do. They don't necessarily know how to find the right designer because they're viewing design basically as a commodity. When you buy a commodity, you always go for the lowest cost because they're all the same. And so they assume all designers are the same because they assume that they want it to be cheap in the short term. As a result, they don't improve. Let's talk now about the opposite way of viewing things. So if the ego-driven design was the standard, the way that most people viewed things, what is the opposite? Let's flip it on its head because it's clearly not working. This is the framework that works. It's visitor-first design. Putting the visitor first, putting their needs, wants, and capabilities first. I chose those words very deliberately because it fits the definition. The needs of a visitor, they have needs that they're trying to fulfill or desires that they're trying to fulfill, and they use the web as one way to do so. I need my car washed. So if somebody needs a car wash because you run a car wash, maybe the first section you should have is a picture of a car being washed, a list of services that are easy to find and easy to use. I want to see if this business is trustworthy. Maybe you should have real images of your product, your service, your team, whatever it is that will add to that trust. Testimonials, letters from people that have worked with you, case studies. The wants of a visitor with this framework matter, and they're actually more essential than what you want. I would love, I would want to design in the lowest effort way possible if it got me the same results. But I know that it doesn't because visitors are people. They care about things that are hard to do sometimes, like taking the time to get the right images, taking the time to get the right testimonials. Capabilities is the third thing, and it's contrasted with the capabilities of the business owner. So the business owner might not be very capable. They might be able to hire a designer that is capable, but you have to assume a baseline level of help when it comes to visitor first design. Most visitors, you wouldn't want them to, you don't expect them to, but they can't navigate complex websites. Again, you don't want them to, you don't expect them to. Let's make the important stuff easy to find. That should be, rule number one. If I can't find your phone number, that's the way that people contact you. If I can't find your email, or if I have to scroll to see a contact form in the first place, there's no get in touch button. We have to fix that if we're caring about the visitor, which is the way that we should be thinking about building websites. That's what I've flown 22 hours in a plane, 16 hours of the Pacific, 6 hours to LA to get here to tell you is that we have to care about our visitor. What makes visitor first design so effective as opposed to the ego-based design? It focuses on the people who grow your business. Those are the visitors that become customers. Those are the people that start the flywheel, that give you the revenue to pay your employees well, to expand your business, to do proper marketing. If you don't focus on the customer, if you focus on what is convenient for you or what's easy for you, you're going to blow your business up in the long run. Second, it reorients you towards business goals, not feelings. This is where I want to completely dispel the myth that business and design are separate. When you believe that business and design are separate, you don't prioritize design as something that could benefit your business. You don't do split testing. You don't do testing with different copy or different colors or different fonts or anything like that, different layouts again. This reorients you towards an analytical way of thinking about design. In fact, it's more analytical than believing them to be separate. When you believe them to be separate, your design is just guesswork. You're leaving the most important marketing channel of the 21st century up to complete guesswork based on a gut feeling of someone that, by your own admission, may not design websites. So that's an insane mistake, which you cannot make if you're a business owner. And by the way, I just want to say, if you're a designer, This is all the stuff that you have to convey to your potential clients or your current clients. This is the stuff that you have to convey to the business owners that you're talking to. If they believe that they have to use stock imagery because it's easier, it's cheaper, or whatever, you have to convince them that you have to focus on what the customer wants. You have to talk about what the visitor is looking for, what's trustworthy, what's good in the long run for the project, even if it means you have to push back. It's a hard truth, but it is the truth. Third, visitor first design is so effective because it gives you a framework to make those intelligent decisions. Anytime there's a tough design decision, there's an angel and devil shoulder taking place on your head, right? There's one voice saying you should do, the right thing that's good for the visitor, even if it's difficult. And there's the other thing that says, well, it would be way easier to use a template. It'd be way easier to use whatever. You have to do what is right for the visitor, what's good for the visitor. So this would be all fine and dandy if I ended the talk here. I would give you maybe a nice way of looking at the world, a different way of perspective of talking with clients or something like that. But I don't want to leave it here because I don't like those kinds of talks. I want to make this as practical for you as possible. So I prepared, maybe too many examples, but I prepared a couple examples where we can get in the weeds, the principles of visitor first design. So we're going to talk about 4 principles, then we're going to talk about maybe like 20 or so ways to implement it across layout, color, typography, all that sort of different stuff. Principle number 1, and I prepared website examples for each of these. This is from Anti-Metal. Principle number 1, give visitors what they need, want, and can use if you want the best chance of turning them into customers. So this is what we've been covering so far in the whole talk. What they need. They have Anti-Metal, perfect example of this. Save time and money on AWS. Hey, that's what I need. Give them what they want to see on a website. What's the next thing someone would logically want to see after they read a headline like that? An option to book a call and a video demo or an interactive demo. That's the best thing someone could possibly see. And by the way, I can't do live examples of this because it's a PowerPoint, but it's an amazing video demo. It just literally shows you click one button and it shows you the cost save on AWS. Third, make it so they can use it. A button, very easy to click. An interactive demo, very easy to watch. A 40-page white paper, not easy to digest. So make it usable. Make it so that they are capable of using it easily. Principle number 2, believe what visitors do, not what you think they'll do, and not what you think they should do. This is one of the biggest changes, especially for people coming in maybe from a background or coding engineer background kind of thing. This is maybe one of the biggest mindset shifts that a lot of people have. Believe what visitors do, what actions they actually take. Not what you think they should do, not what you think they will do, but what they actually do. And to do that, you need to use analytics software. We can talk about a couple. There's Hotjar, there's Microsoft Clarity, which this is a screenshot of. We're going to get more into the weeds on that in a minute. But just know that this should be front of mind. Believe what they actually do. If you have a contact form, or a contact button, get in touch button, which you believe to be obvious, but which no one is clicking, maybe it's not as obvious as you think. So use the website and see the website from fresh perspectives, not as if you're someone who already knows exactly how it works. Principle number 3, visitor experience comes before personal bias or desires. This is again what we've been covering throughout this entire lecture. And I want to highlight the design from Michael Philippuk, I believe is how you pronounce it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you will in the comments. Industry leading design for startups. This is one of my favorite designers. I found him on Twitter. This guy is awesome, and the designs that he creates are so intricate and so complex and so beautiful and so cool, and his design is so simple in comparison. It's so straightforward in comparison. His own personal portfolio, because he knows he's selling to decision makers who want to see the work and they want him in his personal bias to get out of the way. They want to see what he's capable of and they want to book a call and give him money. The discipline to be able to do that when you have the ability to create anything on planet Earth that you could possibly want because you're such a talented designer is immense. So visitor experience comes way before personal bias or desires. 4, look for common actions and find ways to make them easier for visitors. So this is from Julia Gardner, who's an absolutely fantastic photographer. And most photography, because I've previewed a bunch of, I've helped a bunch of photographers through Designspo get better websites. And most photographers will have a picture of themselves, a short description, maybe a couple photos, and then like a link to a Google Drive or something like that, or a link to get in touch or something like that. Julia Gardner has prepared like a video demo of all her best photo shoots and, film reel highlights right on the hero section. So you want to find the actions that people take, like viewing your portfolio, and make them as easy as possible to find and interact with. Okay, so we've talked a little bit, we'll just go forward here. We've talked a little bit about how to think about visitor-first design, why it's so much more beneficial than ego-driven design, some of the pitfalls that you can avoid, some of the reasons for implementing that. Now we're going to get into the weeds, maybe a little bit more than you would like, about how to implement visitor-first design. So there are 3 basic steps. The first is to identify your visitor stage of awareness. We're going to talk about, Eugene Schwartz, breakthrough advertising. If you've never heard about that before, very cool, very interesting and novel stuff. Then we're going to talk about step 2, which is design to meet or exceed expectations. So you may have this concept in your mind that you want to break expectations or something like that. You want to always exceed or go beyond, under promise and over deliver. You've heard that before. But if you can't meet expectations, we're not even close to the conversation yet. So we're going to talk about what that means and how to implement it. Third, continuously improve by understanding analytics. And we'll talk about some of the analytics software that we'll use. Let me just go ahead and set this next slide up here. That should be good. So again, this is step 1, study your stages of awareness. This is from a book called Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz. I believe it was written in the 1930s. I don't have that anywhere in my notes, but it's, early stages of global advertising, the early stages of really widespread marketing. And he came up with basically 5 ways that you could lump people into different categories, and you could start to think about where they are in terms of your funnel. So the 5 stages are unaware, problem aware, solution aware, product aware, and most aware. So unaware would be like they don't even know that a problem exists yet. It's not even on their radar. You have to tell them that they have a problem before you can tell them how to solve it. Like, for example, when toothpaste was just coming onto the scene, and I believe he gives this example. When toothpaste was just coming onto the scene, it was very hard to get people to use toothpaste. They knew conceptually that they had a problem with teeth falling out or health or gum problems or something like that. It was hard to get them to actually use it. Listerine really helped solve that problem because what they marketed the problem was as bad breath, not as your teeth falling out or something like that, but as bad breath. And that actually convinced people socially that was harder to hear that my teeth were falling out for some reason. Socially, that was harder to hear that they had bad breath than something else, that there was a problem with their health. So they created a problem or identified a problem that other people didn't even know existed. Second is problem aware. They know that they have a problem, but you have to tell them that there's a solution. This is generally a first to market strategy like ChatGPT or when Google first came out into the scene as the really big first search engine that people were able to use. Solution aware, they know that there is a solution, so they know that there is a chatbot or a search engine or whatever it is that you sell. You have to tell them that your product is the best solution. So this would be where it starts to get a little bit more competitive. They know that there's a solution, that there is a way to wash a car, that there is a way to get their lawn mowed, but you have to convince them that you're the best landscaper, that you're the best detailer, whatever it is. Product aware, they know about you, they know about your company, they know about your product. You have to convince them that you can actually solve their problem. This is most of sort of back-end marketing. This is most of email marketing. This is most of like retargeting campaigns, that kind of thing. Somebody knows you exist and they know that you can offer some solution, but they're not actually convinced yet that your product is the best. And then finally, most aware, they know about you. They're pretty convinced that you can actually solve their problem. They just haven't taken action yet. This is where you get those fast emails that say, for the next hour, there's a 15% discount or something like that. The reason that this framework is so important to understand for web design is that it shapes the entirety of how you approach your layout and structure from the ground up. If you're building a new kind of software or a new kind of startup for something that previously has never existed, your campaign is going to be so much different than somebody who's sending out an email blast for a 15% coupon. I mean, it's going to be insane. Everything from the colors that you choose to the breathiness or the closeness of your structure is going to be different. How much copy you use is going to be insanely different. You want to understand where the average visitor is coming in from. For most businesses, it's probably going to be solution aware. If you're competing in a relatively tight space, a relatively competitive space, like landscaping, like detailing, like, cleaning services or something like that. If you're competing in a relatively tight space, most people already know that they have a problem and that your kind of company is that solution. You have to convince them that you're the right people for the job. This comes down to building trust, making sure people know that you're reputable with lots of testimonials, lots of local testimonials, maybe video testimonials if you can get it, lots of pictures of your crew, lots of friendly copy as opposed to like harsh analytical kind of thing that might work better on a JP Morgan website or something like that. So the average small business will fall into the problem aware to solution aware category, but most business owners design like they're designing for product aware or most aware. You know what I'm saying? Most business owners already assume they know who you are, already assume that they're trustworthy because they're designing from a place of ego and they know that they're trustworthy. So they don't think necessarily to take the time to convey that to someone who's never heard about them before. So that was step one. I gotta get my slides back here. Step two, designed to meet expectations. Then we can talk about exceeding expectations. But first, let's talk about designing to meet expectations. You want things to function as they're supposed to function, as people expect them to function on the internet. Components should function in a predictable way and should be easily locatable. This is great user experience. If you can do this, you get an A+ checkmark, 5 gold stars. Components should function in a predictable way, should be easily locatable. Don't put, unless you're designing something crazy esoteric, crazy unique, crazy interesting, for the average small business website, probably you shouldn't put the get in touch button anywhere else but the top right corner. Probably it shouldn't be as the last section on the bottom left of your footer or something like that. Good user design, great user experience meets expectations. It's where things are supposed to be. That's where they always are. 2, your design should match how you want visitors to perceive your business. This is great user interface. A lot of design is very moldable. It's very, changeable. You can change the color, you can change the typography, but you have to think about those as active choices to make, not something that a computer, Squarespace, and AI, Wix, whatever does for you. Those are choices that really affect how people think about your business. And we're going to talk about the specifics of how color, typography, layout, spacing, sizing, all that stuff affects the perception of your business and how that matters for sales, for visitor conversion rates, all that sort of stuff. So we're going to start with UX, which is user experience if you've never heard the term before. Good UX means everything functions as expected. And I prepared, I think, 2 examples for each of these sections here. The first, action colors. So this is just to give you a general framework of the principle that everything functions as expected. That means it's good UX. Action colors. If you've never heard the term before, it basically means the buttons that or other colors that indicate an action. So this is Todoist. This is also a great website. They have a button in the middle here that says start for free. They have the exact same color in the top right. It also says start for free. For the rest of time on this website, visitors should understand and should make the connection, and if Todoist is smart, they'll agree with this connection, that red means sign up. Nowhere else should there be a red button that does not link to sign up. Nowhere else should there be a red button where it links to a blog post or something like that. They can choose a different color. The standard is like a white button with a black background on a light mode design, or a white button with black text on a dark mode design. But action colors, super important to understand the general principle. Once you make an association in someone's mind, in a visitor's mind, stick with it. Don't make a bunch of changes halfway through the page on a separate page or whatever. It's a good example to illustrate the principle. 2, this is super annoying. Avoid repaints. I literally just typed in like a news website in order to fill this presentation, and the New York Post came up, and I picked a random article, hopefully a not super controversial one because that's who they are, but whatever. Tons of repaints already. This Post Sports moved the page over when I loaded it up. The cards right underneath the menu are already not loading. There's a white box on the top of the page that doesn't load, and everything is shifting the article around the whole time. Things should be where they are expected to be. They should function how they are expected to function. A blog or a news article should just load. It shouldn't repaint a billion times. This is turning into sort of like a manifesto just because I'm super frustrated by all these, especially news websites that do this. But seriously. Second, good UX means everything is easy to find. And I can give you a couple of examples. This is from Baseline. Follow web standards. We already talked about this. The menu should be in the top right if you are designing it. It should at least be at the top if you're designing the average website. In the hero section, there's some text and a button to book an intro. It also follows action colors. The book and intro is black with white text. The schedule training is white with black text. If they're smart, they'll follow that scheme everywhere else on the rest of the design. Keep sections focused. This is the other part of good UX. One section for one purpose. If you have a section that is convincing me to fill out a contact form and show me testimonials and show me a couple services or whatever, it better give me a lot of space, and it better function differently on mobile too. But keep sections focused. This is from, well, and I prepared this, so I didn't leave anybody high and dry. This is from hatch.fm. Also great. All of these websites are absolutely fantastic, but this is from Hatch FM. This is the testimonial show reel. This is their product showcase. They keep the section focused, used by leading B2B creators, and then it shows them, and that's it. It gets the rest out of the way. It doesn't show text convincing you to sign up. It doesn't show 5-star reviews, anything like that. A contact form also gets out of the way. Keep sections focused. Now we can get into good UI. Good UI means your design matches your brand. So we're going to talk about a bunch of different examples. The general focus on this is that customer expectations are met not just where things are and how they function, but in what your brand actually looks like. So let's get into the weeds a little bit here and talk about this. Structure focuses on customer needs. This is the number one most important thing to understand. Where things are placed, not just, in terms of UI where the button, or the UX where the buttons are or something like that, but in the actual layout, where things are placed matters in insane amount. So this structure, this is from Lithic, focuses on the customer needs. The text is very large, and it's probably the first thing you read. Insanely fast card issuing. This is the primary need of the customer that they are serving. They want cards issued quickly. What's on the right? Some cards probably being issued very quickly. Underneath that, we have why Lithic. Again, they're keeping that section focused. It's distinct from the hero section on the top. They're focusing on the customer needs. 2, layout is hierarchical and easy to follow. This is, again, another mistake you see all the time with small business websites. There's just too much going on, and everything is on the same section. So all the text is the same size. The paragraphs are usually way too small as well. You have like 10 cards on the same thing. This is from, go ahead and pull this up just so I don't leave anybody out. This is from wimpdecaf.com. They have big text that says rethink decaf. Underneath that is a way to sign up to get access to when they actually launch. And underneath that, which is clipping a little bit, is the pictures of coffee. The layout is hierarchical. You read the text first, then you see the email, then you see the image. Everything follows a structure so that it's easy to follow and it doesn't overwhelm the eye. Now we can talk about some of the things specifically related to a design system, like sizing, spacing, typography, color, etc. I wish, by the way, I had like 10 hours to go. I have like 100 examples I prepared for sizing, 100 examples I prepared for layout and typography. I wish I had more than an hour to talk about this, but I only have time to present basically one example from each, unless they're going to let me stay over for a billion hours, but I don't think so. Your sizing system is consistent and should relate to your brand. So if you have something that's super spaced out, that's probably going to tell the visitors that you value imagery, because you're probably going to be using a big image if you're spacing something super far apart. It's going to tell them maybe that you're more modern, you're more laid back, or if you structure it very angularly, maybe you're very structured, very engineering oriented. If you have something more squished in, you're more sales oriented, you're more text oriented, you're more copy oriented. There are some landing pages, I think I will teach you to be rich.com. I don't have that on my example here, but I think I will teach you to be rich.com has a ton of landing pages that are like 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 words or something like that. And it's super tight, very small spacing because it's mostly text. So you want to think about how your spacing system relates to the kind of content that you're showing and how that relates to your brand. Again, if it's more spaced out, it could relate to more modern kind of design. More tight is usually more copy focused, that kind of thing. Color. Color is more than these three things that I wrote, but very briefly, most importantly, color is associative, cultural, and context dependent. We're going to talk about what each one of those means. Color is associative, meaning at the very baseline, we think of colors, we think of things that are related to that color, and that's dependent on the culture, it's dependent on the context. So for example, this red, this is from non-nguyen.com, non-nguyen.com. She's one of my favorite designers of all time. Holy cow. This is from the farm swarming redesign that she did. This red looks absolutely fantastic, and you can see that it's modeled from one of these barns here. It's a great red for farm fresh produce. The same red in the racing world would probably remind you of a red Ferrari, might remind you of speed or danger. The same red in a dentist's office might be a little bit off-putting. So color is associative. It's dependent on the kind of industry that you're in. It's dependent on the kind of product that you're selling. It's also cultural. Like I said, it means different things to racing fans as it does to farm fresh procurers of eggs or something like that. And it's heavily context dependent. So it would look, this same red would look very different in, a doctor's office or something like that, as a wallpaper or something like that. Look very, very different. So it's associative, it's cultural, and it's context dependent at the bare minimum. You can think about other things about color. Some people believe that like red we're automatically attracted to no matter what. There are some people that believe blue is by definition
Scream it louder, let me hear ya. You say you want that thing, minus me say want that thing plus. Two shots in the air, pop, pop, watch your ass. If I pull the trigger, we only gonna get war. So
don't wanna go war. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war. So only make hapla, we don't wanna go. Yo! Ay, que cumple. Naque, naque, naque. Ya la que me decía la artista que de mi hapla y batarante. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war.
Winterland, tell me all your secrets. Fill me in on your wildest moments. Colored trees, your yellow leaves move me. Dancing roofs, your painted red shakes the room. When I get there, I'll let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. Winterland, you're my sailing ship. Guide me in when you head for your trip. Right out of this wicked black and into bright sand. Straight towards the warm sun and into his hands. When I get there, I'll let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. Winterland, whisper in my ear, make my troubles all disappear. Way on this wicked black, I'll feel the soft sand. Right under the warm sun in his hands. When I get there, I'll let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. When I get closer. Let me know when I get closer. Open up the sky for me. When you say I'll dig much deeper, I will shout. Let me know when I get closer. Open up the sky for me. When you say I'll dig much deeper, I will shout. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer.
told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we tried to hold on. We built this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we're still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed.
George, I think your energy killed the stream.
Yeah, I overloaded the system here a little bit.
Okay, we are back. So sorry about that. I think everyone has realized if any issues go wrong, we just blame Tom.
Yeah.
That's it. That's right.
You should fire him.
That's right. I'll go do
I'll
that.
cover
right
you, Tom. I'll cover you. Oh, it's
I'm
okay.
gonna go do that right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
You
get
get
out
back
of
to
here.
your present.
I gotta finish this. I gotta be in focus mode. Tom, you're rehired. Your promotion, actually. All right. Okay, so I apologize for the scuff. That was me. I spilled some water on a cable here. And Tom is very nice enough to be fired so that I don't have to look bad. We're going to get back into the rest of the presentation right now. I'm going to pick up like nothing ever happened. So that way we make the edit. It looks like nothing ever happened. Perfect. Typography conveys meaning beyond just legibility. So when most people think about choosing typefaces, they think, okay, let's choose something legible, let's choose something safe, let's choose something reasonable. And so a lot of the times you go with a regular sans serif. Some of the most popular choices are like Roboto, used by billions of websites, Insert, used by billions of websites. But typography conveys meaning more than just legibility, far beyond legibility. If you have a serif typeface, you have a very timeless typeface, that means that your website or design is trying to convey, a timeless sort of standard. You can think about Tiffany's, or maybe, your average lawyer would use like a serif typeface. To use a sans serif typeface, it might look modern, it might look structured, but it also might look, a little boring. I chose for Designspo and for this presentation here, for all my stuff, I chose Bricolage Grotesque. It's a variation of a sans serif typeface called a grotesque typeface. Originally, all typefaces were called grotesque. The Germans really didn't like them. They were the ones that named them. But grotesque really now means a sort of silly or goofy kind of, a little more interesting kind of sans serif. So we can choose something like that to convey meaning. That says that you're hip, modern, playful. So far from modern as something that's rigid, like maybe a construction company. You're more playful, more open to experimentation. Maybe you're a startup. Maybe you're something like that. A script typeface or a handwritten typeface, might convey a sense of super intricate kind of design. Handwritten, literally like handwriting like that. My handwriting is horrific. Might convey a sense of childlike wonder or something like that. The website that I prepared here is mercury.com. This is a very interesting case study that I recorded for Designspo because everything about their website is refined elegance, including the typography. So it's not just the typeface that you choose, but it's the actual specific font, meaning the font weight, the font height, or the line height, the width of the characters that you can adjust those. Everything about the font conveys meaning. And this very slim font, we call it a thin font, conveys that it's subtle. It's not trying to be in your face. It's not trying to be loud like another platform. This is like business banking. You might compare this to Robinhood. You take a look at their website, very bold typeface, very loud, very in your face. This is refined elegance, very thin font. So step 3, now we can talk about analytics. We talked about, the customer journey, the customer stages of awareness. We talked about UX and UI, and gave a couple examples about how to make those good, how to improve those. Now we're going to talk about continuously improving by understanding analytics. There are 3 basic categories in this group. That's user demographic analytics, visitor on-site actions, and talking with customers in person, which is, oh my gosh, you would not believe something that people don't do. You have to do that. User demographic analytics is the first thing that we'll cover. That's your Google Analytics. That's WordPress Statistics. That's Monster Insights. Those are 2 plugins you can install for WordPress if you use that. Google Analytics, every website can set up with. That's going to tell you how many people visited your website, how many people visited a specific page, how long were they on the site, where are they coming from? If they're local, what county are they coming from? If you're a global business, what country are they coming from, right? What's the percentage of screen time? What kind of device are they logging in from? Is it mostly mobile and your mobile website looks, like it hasn't been touched since 2011? Or is it, brand new? Are they coming mostly from Mac or PC? Are they coming mostly from screen sizes that are like 1920 by 1080, like HD? Or are they coming from mostly laptops? So all of these things will affect the way that you build your hero section, for example, where you want the full width of the screen to fit in and you want to adjust that for the average screen size. All of these things, all of these analytics, you have to understand so that you can make intelligent design choices. But if you choose to ignore them, to stick your head in the sand, you're not very scientific and it's not going to be good for business. It's not going to be good for the visitor. 2, visitor on-site actions. So user demographic analytics are great. They're necessary. Everybody needs them. But most people conceptually understand, okay, I should know how many visitors are coming to my website. What's much more niche and what most people don't implement yet is actually taking the time to track specific actions that visitors take. So, for example, if you have a tool like Hotjar, we mentioned, or I can pull up another list here so that I have everything in one place. Hotjar or Microsoft Clarity is the other one that I mentioned. These are things that lets you track a specific visitor or an aggregate of visitors and the actions that they take on your website. How far do they scroll? What section do they actually scroll to? What section do they actually interact with? If the majority of your visitors are interacting with your 15th section, which might be like a contact form or something like that, it should probably be higher up than section 15. Maybe it's section 1 or section 2, right? If the majority of visitors are not finding a contact button that you think is super obvious, maybe you need to make it a little more obvious. Maybe you put it in the top right-hand corner. Maybe you make the text bolder. Maybe you make it a little bit bigger. It has more padding. If a ton of customers, it also lets you track like rage clicks, for example. If a ton of customers are clicking on a link 5 or 6 times before it actually takes them to that page, you might want to look at the page loading speed. You can take that to Google. You can literally look up Google page loading speed and it'll show you how fast websites load. You type in your page name. These things matter. They affect conversion rates in a real way. We don't have time to talk about all the statistics, but it's something like you lose 15% conversion rate for every extra second that it takes your website to load. This stuff matters. It doesn't just matter for aesthetics or vibes or whatever, man. It matters for real business decisions. Third thing, most important thing, most underrated thing by far, talking with customers in person. Yes, you can learn a lot by talking to people in person about your website, even though it's not online. You learn probably more from a few conversations than you learn from staring at your Google Analytics dashboard for 100 hours. Conversations like, do you actually use our websites to find information, or do you call, or do you come into the store? If no one uses your website to find information, there's a chance that information is not easily findable on the website. If it was, they would probably know to find it on the website. The average person, at least I do and everybody I know does, checks the website before they ever pick up the phone and call. Second, do you take actions on the website or do you just call? If I want, or show up for that matter, if I want to book a reservation, if I want to order something, if I want to get some services, and I really need to do it through this company, like the hotel that I'm staying at, for example, in Australia, I don't have the option to pick another service easily, so that doesn't apply. I have to go with this place. Do I take the action online or do I call? Will depend on how quickly and how easily I can do the action online. For example, we had to pick up, and I won't name the company, we had to pick up the shuttle. We got into LA at like 2 a.m. or something like that. We had to pick up the shuttle to go to our hotel. That information was just not online. It just wasn't on the internet. We had to call the front desk, which redirected us to a helpline, which had us fill out, like press 3 for more information. We filled that out, all to get back to the front desk in the first place. And they said, oh yeah, it'll be here in 5 minutes. Turns out it was there 5 minutes ago. We had already missed it making this call. That information should just be on the website. I'm going on, again, a little bit of a tangent, a little bit of a manifesto, because it's important stuff. One single conversation with an actual user of your product or website will fix hours of demo. Why don't people use our website for this? Did they not know that all this information is online? No, they don't, because they can't find it. If you talk with customers, you would know where they go on the web to look for information, how they're trying to navigate your website, and if it's failing at any point, you know where and how to fix it. almost knocked my water over again. That would have been crazy. Twice in one run is crazy. So summarization of everything that we talked about today. If we wanted to summarize it in one thing, follow this simple framework so that your design is good business. That is the most important thing to understand. You want your design as a designer and as a business owner, but as a designer to be good business so that it makes logical sense for a business owner to work with you. If you want to talk with me one-on-one, you can join designspo.co. I won't harp on that. I just want to mention that I am on Designspo. You can also reach out to me, George@designspo.co. Send me an email. Send me a text. I'm sure you can find my phone number. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. You can send me a text, whatever. And now we're going to run Q&As with Ryan. So raise your hand. Ask your question. Ask your questions right now.
Beautiful. You've got this prepared.
I got it set up.
Awesome. Thanks so much, George. That was
Yeah,
awesome.
that was
and
fun.
a little bit of an interruption, but I think it was just your energy just breaking the room.
I broke it, and I blame somebody else. I feel bad, actually. Well, not that much.
So we've got a couple of minutes here with George for some Q&A. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat so my team can ask. But there's already a ton of questions coming through,
cool.
which is great. The first one that's come through here, which I love, is like, how can businesses ensure they're not making choices based on assumptions about their visitors? So when they're designing websites, trying to tell these stories, what can they do?
Yeah, that's a huge one. We covered in the last section. It might have been asked a little bit earlier, but analytics is so huge. Google Analytics. You have to know where your customers are coming in from. Hotjar or Microsoft Clarity kind of analytics. You have to know what actions they're taking on the website. This is not like, it doesn't have to be guesswork. You can study this stuff just by getting a couple plugins, by using a couple free extensions. I think Microsoft Clarity is free. I know Google Analytics is free. And talking with people. That's so incredibly important. I've had people reach out to me or email me or have conversations in person like, hey, did you know your button is broken on your portfolio? Or something like that. Your contact form is broken. I'm like, oh, yeah.
I feel like
that was intentional.
links are the
Yes.
right? Yeah.
So talking with people is super important. Analytics, on-site analytics, as well as demographic analytics is super important.
What if someone doesn't have a lot of traffic, maybe just a couple of hundred people or whatever, so they're not getting a ton of data?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you might recommend in terms of still finding data-led approaches to figure out how to design that story?
So it's funny. I actually have a friend who works in data analytics, and they're on the large data team. They work for somebody who's on the small data team. When you don't have a ton of data to work on, you have to make a ton of use of the data that you have. So if you only have a couple people that are visiting your website, it's probably a pretty local website. You want to have conversations with as many of those people as you possibly can. If it's not a local website, you need to reach out on social media or something like that. Any of your followers, you can ask them, hey, did you rip my website up?
Sure.
Something like that. You want to make use of the data that you have. But even, Hotjar or Microsoft Clarity, something like that works with 4 or 5 visitors. If you have someone rage clicking on a button, you don't need 1,000 people to rage click on the button to know it's broken. So you can make a lot out of a little bit of data.
Yeah. Okay. And then is there an appropriate time to use your own assumptions?
Yeah, sometimes, and this is the reason that most websites are released in stages. So obviously, before you have a lot of data, before you have customers to ask or whatever, if you're working on a startup, you have to go with your gut. But it doesn't have to stay there. I think that's where a lot of people get stuck. They stick with their gut assumption. They don't realize that they have to be testing, that designing anything is a very iterative process. It's not a once and done thing. So you have to stick with your assumptions. You have to also put the customer in your head. So it's not maybe not your assumptions, but it's like, I know I have this problem on websites. I know that landscaping websites or whatever are super difficult to navigate. I know that they include stock images when they should include. You have to know your customer. Probably good business advice generally. You have to know your customer and then lead with that when you make your assumptions, even if you have to do it in the beginning, and then you can get data-backed decisions.
That's super great. And tell us a little bit about you and the rest of your year. What have you got in store?
Okay, so a couple of different things. I run a private community of web design. I'm looking at this camera.
Yep.
I'm looking at the screen here, which they told me not to do ahead of time. I run a private community of web designers. You can go to designspo, that's spo.co.co, designspo.co. It's a private community of web designers. You can post your work, get feedback. You can chat to me at any time. I'm always giving people design feedback and stuff like that. That's what I spend most of my time. We're also building the 30-day design challenge, where we take people from complete beginner to launching a portfolio within 30 days. So that's in the works right now. It's being developed. That's the biggest thing that I'm super proud of. It's jam-packed with content. I've recorded most of it by now. We're sitting around like 30 hours worth of video or more. It's going to teach you how to use Figma and other design tools. It's going to show you how to build and design websites from scratch, wireframe them, build the structure sheets, build the designs, design systems, high fidelity mockups, and then actually develop them, build a couple mock projects, and then launch a portfolio from that. That's a big thing. You can also find me on YouTube. I'm youtube.com/@designspo. If I just do the full URL, you can search up Designspo on YouTube. Don't go to Design Spot, which is another YouTube channel. I think they're in Russian. But that might come up. Don't go to Design Spot. I'm Design Spo.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing. I don't really use other social media.
I think when they start talking in Russian, they'll get the idea. It's not.
They're not me.
Yeah.
If you see someone and they're not me, unsubscribe. Anybody on YouTube, except for Ryan.
yeah,
Except for Ryan.
All right, he's had his time now. None of you can get it. George, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure.
Great presentation, man. So up next, we've got Jamie Brindle, who's a freelance king, and he's going to be joining us very, very soon. But we'll be back in just a few minutes with even more content at Frontrow 2025. All right, it's pre-recorded Ryan here. I've got a question for you to answer in the chat. I want to know what your favorite design tool of all time has been. Was it Adobe Photoshop? Was it Illustrator? Was it Figma, Sketch, Framer? You tell me in the comments below. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I just want to take 30 seconds to tell you a little bit more about Framer. Now, whether you've used Framer or not, I am a huge fan of what they're doing. In fact, I built a company called Insert Frame off the back of Framer, building products and education specifically for that platform. What I love about it in particular is it turns designers into developers and marketers into publishers. And I've seen some amazing companies from small to large migrate over to Framer, and it just unlocks so many new use cases for them. As you can tell, I'm a very big advocate for Framer. Obviously they're sponsoring the conference, so huge shout out for them for supporting us. But even if they weren't, I would be the one telling you to jump on framer.com and check it out for free. It literally is the website builder for Generation Figma. But that's enough from me. Let's get back to the content. Welcome back everyone to the internet and to Frontrow 2025. We've had such a great couple of sessions so far, and now it's time for our first virtual guest. Now, just before that, again, super quick reminder, keep using the hashtag Frontrow2025. You guys have been absolutely killing it so far and tagging us at Insert Frame. Also, a massive shout out again to our sponsors, both Framer and us at Insert Frame. Without the sort of support and backing, and obviously backing from you guys as a community, we wouldn't be able to do awesome content like this. But let's get into our next session. So next up, I'm very excited for this one. We have Jamie Brindle. Jamie is a freelancer with 16 years of experience, having collaborated with clients ranging from small businesses to major corporations like Google and Netflix. Recently, Jamie has been creating social media content aimed at freelancers, helping nearly 400,000 people with practical tips. Maybe you've seen his reels. Jamie is dedicated to helping others succeed in their businesses. Jamie, how are you?
Hey man, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good. It's nice to see you. And I can see the beard's like getting a bit longer now. Is that like a creative choice?
No, it's purely laziness at this point. I think there's nothing behind it but that.
Yeah, for sure. So you and I actually met probably a few years ago now, like kind of like when like design carousels, design reels was in this like interesting phase of like domination within the design industry. And it's like really, really cool because you kind of brought like this fresh format to design in a way that people could like really relate with as well, which is super interesting. So yeah, I'm super keen to hear more about anything that you've got to offer. I'm going to leave you with these beautiful people on the internet. And just a quick reminder as we go through this, Jamie's going to speak for a little bit and give you guys some golden nuggets. Any questions you have for Jamie, just write them as in the chat as we go along. So when we get to some Q&A in about half an hour's time, I'll be able to ask those questions to Jamie on your behalf. But Jamie, I'll let you take over.
Awesome. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, guys, I'm coming to you live from a hotel room in New York City. So, apologies if you hear random doors opening and closing in the hallway throughout this thing, but we're going to get right into it, right? I've been told that most of the audience today has been in the game for a little while. You kind of already mastered the 101 stuff, so we're not going to go through any of that. I'm going to make the assumption that by being here, you're demonstrating that you want to keep growing. Right, you're interested in what's next on the agenda in terms of building a freelance business. So let's take this next hour or so together to do that. Right, I want to talk about that, how you can scale what you've got into something that generates predictable revenue at a multiple of what you're seeing now. Right. And so I figured I'd treat this just like a group coaching session. We have the freelancing program that we work with a bunch of freelancers. We do a group coaching session every week. I'm going to treat this just like that. Right. And my format over there is I've got a few points that I'd like to make just to get us all on the same page regarding the work that stands between you and a scalable version of your business. and then we're going to have a robust Q&A sesh to really take this stuff and apply it to your specific situation. So it is, particularly to the purposes of our time together here, it is imperative that you guys be adding questions as we go. I want to make this time as actionable and as practical as possible, right? So let's just get right into it. To get you on the path of achieving this goal, this goal of building a scalable freelance business, odds are we're going to need to fundamentally change the way you're thinking about your business, right? So as a CEO of one, you've been responsible for 3 primary functions: marketing, sales, and fulfillment. Some of you maybe only prioritize 1 or 2 of those. You know who you are. That ain't going to fly anymore. To grow from here, all 3 need to be optimized differently, right? Because what got you here is not going to get you there. You've probably heard that before. Put simply, the difference between an $80,000 a year business and a $120,000 a year business is just charging a little more and getting a few extra clients, right? You don't need me to tell you how to do that. You can log off now and just get right to it. But we're talking about a scalable business here. We're talking about transforming an $80,000 business into maybe a $250,000 or a $300,000 business, right? That's a big gap. The difference between 80K and 300K a year, it can't just be working harder and getting a few more clients. It requires a complete shift in strategy, a complete shift in systems, and a complete shift in positioning. So let's take this one one at a time. Marketing, sales, fulfillment, right? Let's keep it simple and just start with marketing and go from there. Most freelancers who haven't optimized for a scalable business tend to rely on passive, or honestly, we'll call it luck-based marketing efforts, right? They post sporadically on social media, hoping that maybe one post is going to get in the hands of the right person and bring in a client, or maybe something's going to go viral, or based on the thousands of conversations that I've had with freelancers, they're usually waiting for referrals, instead of actively controlling the pipeline, and probably most detrimentally, when they're asked, they introduce themselves just as a designer or just as a developer, right? And as a result of all of these, kind of under-optimized efforts, they live in the feast or famine zone, right? 1 month, drowning in work. Next month, you're all dried up, right? The inbox is quiet. The credit card comes out to handle business, right? So instead of building a system, you've kind of put yourself in a place where you're stuck in this kind of hustle state. You're gonna always kind of go out and kill what you eat. You're always looking for the next project, and this is where scaling requires that shift, not just in tactics but in mind state, right? So at this stage, marketing can no longer mean just telling people what you do and asking for referrals, or just posting in job markets. Marketing your business now must become about presenting the right solution to the right person at the right time. All right, so let's take those one at a time. Let's make this thing practical. The right solution. If you want to stop chasing projects and start attracting the right clients consistently, you got to reposition yourself from a service provider to a solution for sale, right? So you're not a designer, you're not a developer, you are a 10x in conversions, or you are now 10 hours a week saved, or a 2x monthly reach. That's the product you're selling. These are the things that your clients are actually buying. They're not purchasing a website from you, right? They're not. They're purchasing money. They're purchasing more money, or they're purchasing more time, or they're purchasing more reputation. It's usually one of those 3. So if you effectively get the message out that you're in one of those businesses, and that business is good for your clients, then the line's going to start to form, right? but how do you know who you're supposed to be getting that message out to, and how and when do you tell them? So that's going to bring us to the second part, the right person, right? You'd think that scaling a business means going wide on your target market, right? Appealing to as broad a potential client pool as possible, because you're going to try and rake as many of those people in, you know, to monetize. But that couldn't be further from the case. In most business instances, but particularly in, you know, the world of freelance, success favors specificity. So the more specific you can get about what industry you're solving that problem for, right? That 10x in conversions or 2x in you know, reach. The more specific you can get about which industry you're solving that problem for, the faster you're going to grow. And honestly, the more you're going to get to charge for it, right? So a lot of freelancers get concerned here because you're probably familiar with the fact I'm talking about niching down right now, right? A lot of people get concerned that you know, the concept of niching down means, well, now I'm chained to this boring industry for the rest of my career, right? That's when my first niche was I worked for B2B meetings and events, you know, and that is not the sexiest world to exist in, right? So believe me, I know that's a concern, but you know, if that is a concern of yours, it tells me that you're not understanding the concept of the niche, or you're in the truest sense of it, right? A niche isn't a wall around your business to keep clients out. It's actually, it serves the primary function of it's a marketing asset. It gives you a target to hit, right? So without a niche, as we talk about marketing, without a niche, your target is going to be the entire internet, right? It's not very conducive to effective marketing. That's something that a good many of you with lead generation issues are probably, you know, experiencing at the moment, right? With a niche, you'll know exactly who you need to network with. You'll know exactly which industry influencers you need to be building relationships with, what complementary freelancers you should be developing partnerships with, right? And when it comes time to start buying ads, which I'm not saying you're there yet, but eventually you will be, you could tell Facebook and LinkedIn and Google exactly who's going to click on those ads, right? Save yourself a whole lot of money when it comes to organic reach, right? So, and that leaves us with the right time. That's the right place. Now it's the right time. And this simply means that you're putting effort into researching the folks that you're reaching out to build a relationship with, because you need to understand whether it's likely or not that they're actually searching for your pain pill solution to the problem that they're having, right? Because if they're not there yet, or they were there 8 months ago and already figured it out, then you're just wasting your time and theirs, right? The most important strategy here isn't some new AI integration or a complex cold outreach methodology, right? The most important shift you're going to make in your marketing to get from where you are to where you want to be is networking. Networking it like it's your freaking job, right? You guys are gonna have to. I apologize if you can hear this fire truck going out by the street here. Maybe we let this guy pass for a second. There we go. Somebody was in the way, man. that fire truck is not happy. There we go. Oh, buddy. Nobody's moving for this truck. All right. Well, you're good. You guys can hear me fine? All right, cool. We'll keep going then. So for any major brand or agency, we're talking about networking now, just to recap. For any major brand or agency, the first and second look for them is a freelancer in their network, right? Only then do they turn to the internet or social media. So let's do this. Think of yourself as a client, right? If you're hiring someone for an incredibly important service, something that's a big deal to you, right? You go through 3 stages of the search. Me, you, and Google, right? So, and it's in that order: me, you, Google. The me stage is where you assess your network and determine if you personally know anyone who can get this job done effectively. You know, if there's no such service provider in your network, then you move along to the you stage. So step 1 is you take a look around you and you see, you know, okay, well, I know Bob can handle this. I'll just reach out to him and see if he's got time, right? If there is nobody in your network, you move to the you stage, which is when you ask your friends, you know, is there anyone you know that you would trust to get this job done for me, right? So you take it at your trusted advisor's word. So finally, only after you've exhausted your network in the me stage and the networks of your network in the you stage, do you then turn to the internet to see who can help, right? So freelancers who rely solely on their internet and social media presence for marketing are missing the first 2/3 of those opportunities, right? The fact of the matter is, the bigger the client, the more likely they are to hire only based on referrals. So making buddies is basically the job now. It's literally, you know, processizing the process of making buddies is the job of a scaling freelancer. A network alone is enough to build a wildly successful freelance business, and everything else just helps, right? So that's it on marketing. Let's talk about sales. Remember, we're going through marketing, sales, and fulfillment, right? Your 3 responsibilities here. And you know, make sure you guys are adding good questions to the comments, because I want to make this as practical as possible. I'm keeping this kind of broad strokes so we can tie it to your businesses when we get to Q&A. Sales is where most freelancers crumble. But the good news is that it's a battle that you can pretty much win before it begins, right? And at this level that we're talking about, the best sales strategy is a good marketing strategy, right? If you position yourself well, sales is primarily just matchmaking. And because of this, you don't have to pull any fancy tricks on the call. You don't have to hard sell people or convince them you're the right man or woman for the job. You just have to demonstrate that you're an expert communicator. And give them a look at what you're like as a strategic partner, right? They already know that you can solve the problem. That's why they're talking to you, right? That's why they're interviewing anybody. That's the bare minimum. That's table stakes, right? So the sales call has nothing to do with ability, and it has everything to do with relationship building. Okay, so your objective on this call isn't to convince them that you're right for the job, right? It's to make a buddy. Same with marketing, because that's what they're auditioning at this stage, right? They're thinking, do I trust this person? Do I trust this team? Will I need to do a lot of hand-holding here, or is this person going to drive this thing home without a ton of supervision? I always write 2 things on the top of my notes during a sales call. 1, listen, with a big underline under it, and 2, assume you'll only get this hour to help this person, right? Letting those 2 concepts guide my sales calls has worked wonders over the years. I've got a pretty good rate, but that has helped me make many friends who have helped my business and my revenue grow substantially over the years, right? Because if you assume you've only got an hour with this person to help their business, and you're not hiding the helpful stuff behind the pay gate of working with you, you're just there to try and help a fellow human solve a problem, then you're going to make a friend on that call. And even if you guys can't make budget work, or something else gets in the way of working together, you've walked away from that call with something probably even more valuable to your business, right? Which is in addition to your network. So I want you thinking about that. We have to talk a little bit about pricing here as well, because pricing is sales. It's a very specific form of communication, pricing, and this is a conversation that should be taking place on your sales calls when you're talking about the road ahead. So what do I mean when I say pricing is communication? Well, by pricing as an expert, you're communicating that you are an expert, right? Once again, I'll ask you to put yourself in the client's shoes. When you're buying something important, do you immediately go for the cheapest option, right? Something that like this thing has to work, or something terrible happens. Do you start? You come out the gate price shopping, right? No, you start at the top and you work your way down, right? If 5 potential contractors are all priced identically, and the 6th is 1.5 or 2 times the rest, you're going to at least give that person a call, right, to see how they're thinking of the process differently, right? You're going to assume that they're considering something that those other 5 aren't, and really give them a look. So how do you come up with your price as you're scaling your business? First, you got to determine a floor rate, right? A scalable floor rate. And this is the number that you could charge if you were to subcontract every job in the year and still make your profit goals on margin alone, right? That's a calculation that everybody's going to have to do individually based on, how many projects they're projecting annually, what the amount, what it would cost to responsibly subcontract one project, and then adding your margin on top of that, multiplying it by however many projects you're gonna have annually. That's the lowest number. That's your floor rate. You can't go under it. And then when you talk money on these sales calls, present the price as a bracket with the floor rate at the bottom, and then kind of your what you've assessed to be your value to the project at the top, right? So if you determine your floor rate for a website is $25,000, you can't go under it. That's what you need to cover all of your people and still make your margin. Then you're going to quote 25,000, and you talk to the client and you understand that they're what the value of this project is to their business. You'll quote 25,000 to 75,000, and have a conversation about that bracket, right? Some people might be 25,000 to 50,000. Some people, maybe you start even higher than your floor rate. You say this is a 50,000 to 100,000 gig. Let's talk about it, right? Just to start the conversation. I've used this analogy a lot on social media, but it's worth mentioning here as well. A website for a local cafe and a website promoting the next Batman movie are the same job, right? In fact, the Batman one might be a little simpler because it's likely just a landing page, right? But they don't deserve the same price, right? Warner Brothers stands to earn a lot more from an expertly crafted site than the cafe does. And because of that, Warner Brothers would feel very uncomfortable paying cafe prices, right? That's it on sales. Let's move on to fulfillment. So we're almost at the end here, right? We've covered some considerations on the marketing front. We've covered some stuff on the sales front. What about actually doing the thing and delivering it? How does a scalable freelance business approach this process differently, right? The answer is an interesting and unique one I've found over the years, and it's the answer is to design an emotional journey for the customer to take through the project, right? We can't do anything about the fact that people only remember the beginnings and ends of things other than take advantage of it, right? So let's get down to tactics here. How do we take advantage of that? The first 24 hours of any project, any activation, should be dedicated to surprising and delighting your client, right? Creating immediate buy-in. Your internal process should be designed in a manner that provides a quick win at the very start of the project, something in the first 24 hours that makes them think, damn, I've made an excellent investment here. And that's going to be different for everybody. Again, you kind of have to do a little soul searching on your end. Some examples might be there's some audit or, of their business or a specific insight to their business, based on what you're doing for them. A design for their approval, something that would normally take a designer or a developer, a week to get to them that night, or an animation test or, something quick. That delights. And this shouldn't be a spur of the moment thing either, right? This shouldn't be you start, you get the contract and then you sit down and think, okay, what am I gonna do to delight this person in the next 24 hours, right? You should start every engagement knowing exactly what your homework is in that first 24 hours, to elicit this reaction. Have 1 or 2 options per offer. You just bake it into your process. You hit go on a project. You look at your 1 or 2, 24-hour quick wins, and you go, okay, this one makes sense for this project. I'm gonna get started on this one right now, right? And then you guessed it, the same goes for over delivering at the end, right? Before you even start a project, know how you're going to over deliver at the end, so you can be working on that simultaneously, right? Because that's got to be a big one. People remember the last thing you do for them. A small unexpected deliverable can turn a one-off client into a repeat client, or at the very least, and again, perhaps, actually even more importantly, it can turn a client into a traveling salesman for your business, right? Lastly, during the fulfillment stage, a scalable freelance business has optimized for always lining up the next project with the client. You should always be pitching the next project and getting client sign on before the initial project is even complete. Why? Because it's the time when you're guaranteed a reply. they can't run away from you when you're having this conversation. It's also the easiest time to get the client on the phone, right? While you're mid-project, it's everybody's on the same page about, everybody's kind of in the room getting it done. So you don't have to chase them down to get on the calendar. And it's the easiest time to convert a client, right? Because they've already identified that they enjoy working with you. They now know they can trust you. They like the way you're getting things done. Energy is high. And as long as you're putting the solution to another project that they're actively solving for in front of them, they'll grab it, right? Why not? If it's, they've just traded money for more money with you, and here you've got another opportunity for them to buy a little bit more money, right? It's sure, let's keep it going. Let's keep the party going, right? Just like the other 2 strategies in the fulfillment section, this is something that you should have designed before you even started the engagement. You should have already taken time to identify the next 2 or 3 things that a client is logically going to need done once you solve the problem that you're solving for them now, right? What are the next 2 or 3 problems that a client usually has after this, right? What usually happens after you revamp a client's e-commerce site, right? Or what's the next problem that a brick and mortar business is facing after you've developed a site for them, right? Factor that into it, and assess and identify and be ready to pull the next one, the one that makes the most sense to them, out of the folder and present it, right? Let's kind of a last few things here. Just gonna figure out how I want to. Let's break this down real quick into how Courtney and I, my wife Courtney's a business partner who's over there working on the bed while I talk to you guys. I'll tell you guys how we kind of analyze this in our business. We think of this as a board game, right? And the clients are the pieces, and our job is to move a client through 4 stages with concerted effort, or with intentionality, I guess would be the better word. So stage 1 is a complete stranger. Stage 2 is a lead. Stage 3 is a customer, and stage 4 is a lifetime customer. So every decision we make about our business is in the vein of, is it moving a piece on the board through that journey, right? So at stage 1, you're networking, you're doing your research, being valuable to your target niche, right? You're list building, you're putting out ads. Yes, you're posting on social media, but consistently. At stage 2, you're selling. You're auditioning as a strategic partner. You're bringing value. You're making connections. At stage 3, you're delivering in a manner that guarantees that they get to stage 4, right? Lifetime customer. So that would be, a fun little thought experiment for you guys. A little bit of my piece of advice for how to think about this stuff is to sit down and write out, again, stage 1, stranger, stage 2, lead, stage 3, customer, stage 4, lifetime customer, and write out the actions that need to take place on that journey to move an individual piece, across the board, right? So let's button this thing up. Let's get to some questions. I'm excited to see, what you guys are experiencing out there in your businesses and how we can apply this stuff to your, unique individual goals. As always, if you have any, if you want to take this offline and chat, I'm available on Instagram and LinkedIn primarily. That's a great place to DM me. Feel free to reach out and we'll keep the convo going. So with that, let's move it to questions. Let's get Ryan in here.
Let's do it. Thanks so much, Jeremy. That was a great spiel. Now I have to ask you, because I think you're like super great at this, and I think it's like one of the things I respect most about you is you're so upfront when it comes to just thinking like a business owner. And I think for creatives especially, we get so attached in the work and so much about our creative process and, our thoughts and our feelings on the actual work. But I think like you come in from what I think is the right direction, but the opposite direction to what a lot of other people think. So I think over the past couple of years, as you've put out a lot more content and done a lot more training with a lot of people, what do you think that transition is usually like for a lot of people that you're working with, from someone who is very creative led and stuck in their craft to then break out of that and realize that they're offering a service that solves a larger problem, and they can actually not focus on creative led, but actually focus on being business led?
Yeah, I mean, well, first and foremost, there is a put a wall between your art and your business, right? So I think that a lot of people, they get into kind of a creative business to subsidize an art journey that they're on, right? A lot of people, they don't want to be an event photographer. They want to go take beautiful landscapes, but they need to make money and they don't want to sit at a desk, so they're going to go photograph events. And so I would put a wall between those two and make sure that if you are on that journey, right, if you're on an artist's journey, don't lose sight of that home destination, right? Never forget that your business is subsidizing your art. But I think that I have this conversation with a lot of artists who are very hesitant to get too businessy about things, and it's like I always say, hey, this whole thing is a lot easier if you've got money, right? Like, so it's like this whole, like, there's true. There's life problems and there's money problems, but if you get rid of the money problems, then you only have life problems to deal with, and so let's optimize this business. Let's get this to the point where, you're not dealing with any of the money stuff, and you can just, deal with the problem solving of building your artistic career. So I think that's a big mindset shift for a lot of creatives, is like, they're like, but like, I want to be doing this. And it's like, okay, but you've got an opportunity here to subsidize that, right? So let's maximize here. Let's, and it really, if you think about the business stuff, even a quarter of, if you put even a quarter of the amount of effort you've put into, refining your craft into learning business, you're going to do just fine, right? The business stuff is the simple part. Learning the skill is the tough thing. Business, marketing, sales, and fulfillment. You just do a couple things for each of those each day, you're going to be just fine, right? So that's been kind of probably the biggest, or one of the most common conversations I have with folks who are, don't fancy themselves business-minded folks. I would also say, just to kind of cap that, is at the end of the day, it's just people, your fellow human beings trying to solve a problem, and you're trying to help them, right? No matter what room I walk into, I mean, if I'm in an office at Google, right? And it's you like no matter I've gotten to that stage where I keep thinking, okay, when I walk into this office, I'm going to be greeted by intimidating geniuses, and I'm I've yet to walk into that room. It's always been just fellow humans like, ooh, I gotta figure this shit out, man. Can you help me? It's never anything bigger than that. So, I think that's helpful too, is when you start thinking of it as I'm just helping a fellow human being solve a problem, using this thing that I know how to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as we get better at actually articulating our value, that kind of money problem that we often get tied to actually becomes less, because obviously we can articulate our value. But as your kind of price increases, or at least what I've found is, you've kind of got your typical lower end sort of budget, which is typically owner operators, are the founders, are the business owners, and they're very attached to their money, right? It's their money. But as you kind of work your way up and you go to marketing managers, into the C-suite where there's set budgets, the difference between 50,000 and 100,000 isn't as big for those people as say $1,000 versus $1,500 for an owner operator.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, but again, that is 100% true. I agree with all of that. But when you are still in the owner operator stage of client, if you can help them see, what we discussed at the beginning of the talk, that they're trading money for more money, it gets a lot easier for them, that conversation, right? Because I think that at the bigger kind of corporate side, they inherently get that. That's baked into, that's just how they exist, is they know what the trade they're making. At the owner operator stage, they don't quite understand the trade they're making. And so there's a little education that needs to take place on that sales call, and not in a condescending way. It's in a, hey, here's what people are doing and here's the results they're seeing. You kind of you present them with the proof, right? And you work up to, if we can up this spend, if we can double the spend that you're thinking here, I can quintuple your results. It's just, I always say, you're not going to hurt my feelings on the budget conversation. I'm coming at this from a strategic partner position. I'm not going to assume anything. I'm going to tell you exactly what's possible for what amount, so it's I'm not going to assume. If you come to me for a $1,500 gig and then we have a whole conversation about your goals and your success metrics, I'm not going to assume that you can't afford 10,000. So based on your goals, I'm going to say, hey, based on what you're talking about, if you can spend 10,000 here, I can get you, way past what you're aiming for, and I'll say, hey, I wanted to make sure that you knew about that. And we can go talk about a $1,500 version of this idea after this, but I never want to assume, that they're not there at this moment.
For sure. At what point let's say you've got a client, right, and they keep pushing back on budget, and they're trying to negotiate with you. The question is what strategies you have to deal with that. But I think the follow-up question here as well is, at what point do you just let go and say, no, we're not the right fit?
Yeah, so that's where it's valuable to have your floor, right? The floor rate is do the math on what it would take you to subcontract every gig this year, and you just survive off the margin, right? That's very helpful to have, because now that's your walkaway number, right? It's just if it goes under that number, it's not worth it, right? And I understand, everybody there, we've all been in the situation where rent's due and you're in trouble and you got to make a little money, and that those times come, right? But try to put as much time between those situations as possible. That's where it helps to build up a savings account, early, or as you're just getting started on this kind of scaling journey. I had a buddy when I first moved to LA who was a costumer. He was like Michael Keaton's costumer and Tom Hanks's costumer. He's retired. He's in his 70s, and he said, save a year's worth of living expenses, dude. He's like, if you can save a year's worth of living expenses, you're gonna be just fine. And that's a hard thing to do. I don't think you need a year's worth, maybe 3 months, 6 months, but that makes you deadly at the negotiating table, right? So it's the stakes are low on all of these things. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, that's great advice. So yeah, Jamie, what's happening with you this year? Obviously, you're in New York at the moment for an event. But yeah, what have you got plans for 2025?
We're this thing's flashing. Let me take that off. We're up to a lot of interesting stuff. We're doing a lot more podcasting. We're probably going to be starting a podcast, which is exciting. The freelancing program is going to become a monthly thing. So this is previously it was a cohort based program, and we've got over 1,000 freelancers in there now. So we're going monthly. Subscription model. So everybody can kind of join in on the fun. There's lots going on. Hopefully we get to come to New York a few more times. Maybe we'll come down and see you in Australia.
Yeah, it's a long flight, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah. What's the weather like over in Australia right now? Is it?
Well, it's technically summer, but for anyone who's been to Melbourne, they know that it's hot and cold and windy and wet on the same day. So you never know.
Oh, great!
But at the moment, it's not too bad.
That's hysterical. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's another world over there.
Yeah, it definitely is. Jamie, let people know where they can connect with you.
Guys, probably the usual suspects. Instagram, send me a DM over there. Follow me over there. LinkedIn, we're getting real active over on LinkedIn these days. TikTok, obviously, but I'm not in the DMs as often over there. But yeah, and any of those spots, come find me, and let's keep the conversation going. I know you guys are going to learn a lot here at this event through all the stuff that Ryan and team have set up here. So go get your education, and then let's come talk to me, and we'll hash out what the next steps for your business could be.
Sounds like a plan. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us at Frontrow this year. It's been an absolute blast. Again, we'll put some of Jamie's links in the chat so you can connect with him. But stay tuned, because up next we have some giveaways coming up. So if you want to win some merch, and I think we're going to do a couple of quizzes. So there's some great interactive opportunities there. And again, huge shout out to our sponsors, both Framer and Insert Frame. Without them, this event just would not be possible. But stay tuned, because we've got some awesome stuff planned. And then later on, we've got a couple more sessions, which you guys are absolutely going to love. But until then, stay tuned, go get a drink of water, and we'll be back very soon with Frontrow 2025. Hey everyone, Ryan here. I'm just disrupting your break from the conference to tell you a little bit about our company, Insert Frame. We're building the Framerverse, otherwise known as an ecosystem of products and education for Framer. As you can probably tell, we're a huge advocate for Framer, and we've really built a company off the back of, well, Framer. So we have some courses, we have some really cool plugins, some which are free, some which are paid, and if you are interested in it, check out insertframe.io. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. If you want to share the love, make sure to use the hashtag Frontrow2025. You'll be entered into the chance to win some awesome goodies, whether it be some stickers, hoodies, or caps, and you might even see yourself featured on the official live stream. But for now, let's get back to the show. All right, we are back. So we've got about 15 minutes or so before our next session, which is going to be a live template review with the Framer team, which I'm super excited about. But before that, let's do some more giveaways. We are over halfway through today's session. So thank you guys so much for already joining. There's still over 150 people watching, which is insane. So I have stickers, I have caps, and I have hats, which is basically just what I'm wearing. Very cool. Okay, so I thought instead of just doing this random, let's actually make this a little bit more gamified and give you guys the chance to compete against each other. So we're going to do a little bit of a quiz. So if you want to join, essentially we'll get a link in the chat here. Otherwise you can go to joinmyquiz.com and then put in the code 383814. That is joinmyquiz.com 383814, and I'll make sure that the team also puts a link in the chat, which you just can click to join. So we'll wait for a couple of people to queue up there, and then we've got two quizzes that we're going to do. One of them is design related, so hopefully you guys will know some of the answers. And then one of them is a little bit more general knowledge. So it really is open to everyone, and whoever are our winners are going to go away with some lucky prizes. So lots in stock here. Let's see who knows the most about design and who knows the most about the world. So we'll wait for some people to jump in here. Might be a slight delay with the stream. But while we wait, let me know where you guys are tuning in from as well. I know we did this at the start. Man, it is, it's almost 1 a.m. here in Australia. I'm still feeling alive. I feel like my energy's still kicking. I don't know about you guys. I know that my team's probably like starting to wind down a little bit for the night, but you know, we're staying active. So wait for a few more people to join here. Hopefully you guys can see the link in the chat. So you should just be able to click it and you know, start. You can put in your name or whatever. We'll just wait for a few people and then we'll kick things off. Whoa, okay. We just need to refresh it. All right, I'm gonna give you guys 20 seconds and then we're gonna get started. Actually, I need to join it myself so I can see these questions. Let me do that really quick. All right, and my name is Ryan. All right, we all ready to go? Let's do it. We should be in. All right, good luck. Quiz number 1, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Alright, first question's on the screen. What does CMS stand for in web design? Okay, no Googling either. Is it 1, computerized model structure, 2, custom marketing strategy, 3, creative media software, or 4, content management system? Potentially an easy one to start with if you're aware. Who's gonna win? As the question we're all asking ourselves. Okay, clicks through the next one. Very, very good. All right, I got the second question up now, which hopefully you guys might be ahead. I'm not too sure. Which design principle ensures that elements are evenly distributed across a layout? Is it balance, repetition, contrast, or unity? I'll let you guys answer that one there. Who's winning? Oh, I can't really read it properly. We'll have to see. Looks pretty close so far. Everybody's trying to answer. Oh, it's a little bit over all the shots. Why is a grid system important in design layouts? Is it to complicate the design process, to eliminate the need of images, to enhance the visual appeal with colors, or to ensure consistent spacing and alignment of elements? I'm gonna click my answer. Let's see how we're all going. All right. I think we're getting through it. We'll give you guys a few more minutes to try to get through the rest of the questions. It is randomized, that's all right. We'll still get the same 15 questions. You might just get them in slightly different orders. When saving a file for web use, which format is best for transparent images? PNG, JPEG, BMP, or PDF? I feel like we might need to go a little harder on these questions next time around. Which of these is a vector graphics editor? Is it Canva, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, or SketchUp? Or multiple? But I think one's known to be a vector graphic editor. Cool. It's looking pretty close. We've got a few people up there. Wonder if I can load up the leaderboard on my side. I'm not sure if I can. That's okay. Oh, here we go. Berlin Design is in the lead, followed by Louisa, and Blue Eyes is out in front. And apparently I am dead last, so I don't know what that tells you. But anyway, I am 67th in the quiz. Hopefully someone is 68th, because that's not looking very good for me. Wisdom in the chat says, I am chatting from Nigeria and I was feeling misguided by the different time zones. The one for today was expected to start at 2 a.m. LA time, but 3 p.m. my area. So if you go on the Frontrow website, everything kind of converts automatically to your time zone, or the time zone set to your computer. So whatever time zone is on the website will be the correct time. Alternatively, add the calendar session to your Google Calendar, and those times are also correct as well. Louisa got one question wrong. Okay. All right, we're probably edging towards the end, I would say. We're getting pretty close. And it still looks like Berlin Design is out in front by a little bit. Louisa's still fairly close, but I think she got one wrong, so she might be falling behind a little bit. Let's see who's going to take the crown. All right, I presume we're getting pretty close to awarding a winner. There's 77. Is there really 77 participants? Okay, I'm not last. We're doing okay. To be fair, I did get a very obvious one wrong, and I won't tell you which one that is, because otherwise I will be bullied on the internet for the rest of my life. All right, let's do... Here we go. All the answers are on the screen. So it looks like that our winner is Berlin Design for this first quiz. So Berlin, if you can, just write your social handle in the link below, and I'll make sure that my team gets to contact you. But yeah, that's great. We had Berlin, Louisa, and Blue Eyes. I think you guys were out in front like the entire time, which is great. Okay, so I think you guys pretty much smashed that design quiz. So I reckon we do one more for some extra goodies. This one's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be general knowledge. So, you know, you might not know all the answers. Maybe you have time to Google them. I don't know. But if you do, you're cheating. So you can't Google it or GPT it. But I'll let the guys on the back end load up the other code for the quiz. So again, the link will be in the chat here. So just go to the chat and you can join it. But if you go to joinmyquiz.com, this is the last quiz that we're doing today. So this is your chance to be competitive and beat everyone else. So go to joinmyquiz.com and put in the code 820029. 820029. So I'm going to do it as well. And let's see. So 820029. All right, I'm going to give you guys 60 seconds to join, and then we're going to get into the second one. All right, I got to put in my name. All right, we've got a bunch of people joining already. Got 21 people. Man, you guys are quick. All right, what did we have last time? Like 70 or so, 70, 80 people. That's great. I wanted to do like I don't know if you guys have like seen Kahoots, which is a pretty similar format to this, but like it's a bit hard to do it with like lots and lots of people. But you know, similar sort of thing to this, but I love that we can have like all these people in here doing this quiz together. So I've got about 46 people in here. We'll give you guys an extra 30 seconds just to jump on in. Again, if you want to join this last quiz, it's joinmyquiz.com and then 820-029 and you'll get the chance to win potentially a cap just like this one here, our variant cap designed by yours truly. All right, 10 seconds. It's your last chance. All right, let's start this quiz. Good luck. Now again, it's general knowledge. I have no clue what these questions are, so don't blame me. My first one was, which of these foods was once used as currency? Chocolate, cheese, apples, or potatoes? Well, I definitely know in my household the currency is chocolate. So you know, don't let that sway your answer. But I feel like in a lot of people's household, I feel like the currency is chocolate. What is the official animal of Scotland? Is it the dragon, the griffin, the unicorn, or the Loch Ness monster? Now, I don't know if this is a trick question, but we'll have to see, won't we? So it looks like we've got a couple of people starting to jump out in front. We've got 15 questions here to get through. Again, we've got some prizes to give away. How long does it take for light from the sun to reach Earth? Is it 8 minutes instantly, 8 seconds, or 8 hours? Ooh. I'm so glad these are like A, B, C, D, multiple choice. Otherwise, I would like just not have a clue. But at least I'd have like a 25% chance of getting something right. All right. I can see like the ratio here is much more even. You guys are getting them right and wrong, where I feel like in the design one we were just getting most of them right. So it's a little bit more of a fair game, I would say here. What's the collective noun for a group of flamingos? A flamboyance, a shimmer, a flock, or a blush? These are pretty good questions. I feel like I'm on some sort of game show. How many hearts does an octopus have? 2, 4, 1, or 3? Yeah, I felt like I knew that one. Ooh. Does that total count at the top mean that we've got more answers wrong than right? Guys, what are we doing? We're meant to be smart. We're meant to be smart, creative people who know how to Google answers. We shouldn't be getting these wrong. Okay, this time we have Chris out in front with Devon E behind. Very good. I feel like Chris is like fairly strong out in front, I would say. Pretty smashing it so far. So we'll give it a couple more minutes and see if we get any winners on the board here. This is looking great. Man, I don't like the look of that green to red ratio. I feel like we're collectively letting down the team in terms of our general knowledge information. Devin says he was in first, 36th. Yeah, okay, I'm 50th this round. I think we had 55, 56, so I'm not losing completely this round, but I'm still there. What country is famous for inventing the croissant? Is it Austria, France, Switzerland, or Belgium? Good question. Good question. All right, I'll give you guys probably an extra 30 seconds or so to get those final answers in, and then we'll have a winner. What is the loudest animal in the world relative to its size? Is it a lion, an elephant, a blue whale, or a pistol shrimp? It's a very interesting question. Relative to its size. Ooh, okay. How many dots appear on a pair of dice? So 2 dice. Is it 42, 36, 32, or 24? It's a bit more of a mathematical question. Okay, let's see if we've got any winners. We can look at the scoreboard. Oh, I've gone up to 40th. Go me. Ooh, we've had a bit of a change in leadership. So we've got Ricky out in front at the moment. Tyler pretty close behind. And then very neck and neck. We have Chris in third at the moment too. So we might have to end the quiz in just a minute or so. I'm going to get a final tally here to see who our winner is. But it's been very close. Let's see if we can get a tally. Are we able to end the quiz and get an answer? Let's see. Here we go. In third place is Chris. Good job. Tyler in second. Nice. But first is Ricky. So congratulations, Ricky. We're going to send you some awesome merch. Just do me a favor and add your social tag in the comments so my team at Insert Frame can reach out to you and can organize that. Was expecting more design questions. Yeah, I mean, like, that was what the first quiz was for, right? That second one was to make it a little bit more even. We'll be doing some more quizzes over the next couple of days. So if there's some subjects you want us to quiz you on, let us know and we can prepare some content. I'll just answer a couple questions coming into the chat quickly before we break. Yes, the conference will be available later. All session replays are going up at frontrow.events/replay. There should be one or so already up there so far, and we'll just keep adding them as quickly as we possibly can. So hopefully within a few hours of someone presenting, you'll be able to replay that session. But that was basically it. Thank you guys for joining in on that little interactive session. So next up, I'm very excited because we're going to be joined by a couple of people from the official Framer template team, and they're going to give their insights on your websites. So go get your portfolio ready or a website template that you've been working on, because it's about to be professionally reviewed live here on YouTube. A bunch of people have already been submitting, so we'll be able to take a look at them. But we'll be back in just a few minutes with Andre and Damien for the next session. And just like that, we are back with Frontrow 2025 and our second last session for day one. We are 1:15 in the morning, but our energy is still high. We've still got a lot more sessions to come. But in particular, up next, we have Damien and Andre from the Framer team who are going to be joining us for a very interactive session. Now, Andre is a telecommunications network engineer, and Damien is a UI and UX designer who even ran his own agency. They are both marketplace leads at Framer, where they focus on growing the community and empowering users to build templates and plugins. Now, I'm sure you guys have seen the hype around like Framer website templates online. Maybe you're building some yourself currently. And this is actually the first time we're actually doing a live session with the template review team, because it's often a lot of sort of like back and forth that tends to happen. So I thought it would be really, really valuable to invite some of the Framer team into Frontrow for a very exclusive session so we can get feedback on your websites in real time. So if you do want us to review some of your website templates, send the link in the chat and we'll add it to the queue. But Damien and Andre, how are you guys going?
Good. Thank you for having us. I think it's a really great experience for both us and everyone that is on this conference, because I think it's kind of the first time that we do something like this, like opening our doors to everyone to just show how we review plugins, templates. I'm all day like plugins, templates, so I'm kind of my brain is kind of dead right now. So, but yeah, really exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
Happy to be there.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we'll kick it off, but I had one question for you both before we begin. What do you think's the biggest advantage for someone trying to create templates right now, whether it be in the Framer space or another space?
I think for the Framer space, mainly for us, basically we have a really great creator program that we are continuously improving, where you can just create a template and keep 100% of the revenue that template generates. We don't take any cut of it, so you can just grab all your earnings and just continue growing also as both as an agency or a freelancer. So I think that is kind of the main advantage. And also the market is also growing like really accelerated. So I think that's also a really great advantage. I'm sure Damien has more insights on this.
Yeah, so basically, it also gives the opportunity to have like a portfolio of all your projects here, which then you can like show to the world. And as Andrea said, the creator program that lets you like keep all the revenue for yourself, which is a great way to like earn some additional money out of the templates. Also, like it gives the opportunity to improve the design skills, I would say. Like basically, you create a product that they then can be reused like all the time by the users.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the greatest
100%.
benefits for like any designers as they kind of turn a little bit more towards away client work and try to build something that's a little bit more sustainable and scalable as well, where they don't have to necessarily attach their time to their worth, but they can build a product that they can sell over and over and over again. And like, you know, it's obviously great that website templates can do that. And then the value of that is, you know, relatively high as well. And I think that value is just going to increase over time. But Damien, do you want to run us through some extra thoughts here? I know you've got the template requirements ready to rock.
So I believe Andrea will start with explaining some of the process behind it, and then I will move on to the like actual reviewing the templates. But as for the like requirements itself, what's good about them is that there are like a set of rules that the creators should follow, and like it's important here that during the initial review stage, we don't really pay much attention to like our personal opinions on this, which is like you can go into the site, check your template based like across all those requirements here. And if they are met, that's already like half the like percent done for the template, but because then it just goes through the design review stage and then it's approved. What's important here is that it's not only like a good way for your templates, but also for all of your projects, because these are main points that every website should basically have met for the projects. But yeah, I believe Andreu can like take it and like say more about it and the whole process.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted, even though it is kind of already public, we have help articles explaining this. I wanted to go through a bit all the process that we follow since we get the submission until we publish it. So mainly our review process is kind of two-stage. So the first one, as Damien said, is mainly the template requirements. Will, let's say, check all the these checkboxes that you can find on our website, and then based on this, we can just say, all right, your template is good enough or needs some kind of improvements. And after this what we call first stage of the review, it's already passed. We have the second stage, which is the design review. That doesn't really mean exactly that we judge your design or we just say your design is not correct based on what I think. We just make sure that this the design of your website is actually appropriate for the marketplace, based on some of the let's say trendings that are right now on the internet and on the creator space, and then we just make sure that your template is properly designed based on those kind of rules, and then after that we just check that all the review process is kind of subjective, and then we just publish it straight away to the marketplace. I think that the template requirements, like this checklist that Damien shown, is really, really great. It has like a lot of things that we actually check usually during the review process. And I think having this public is really great because you can basically see what we rely on when we are reviewing templates. So if you go through all of these checklists, it's probable that, it's highly probable that you will just pass the first stage like in 5 seconds. So I think that having that public is like really valuable for all creators. And if you haven't checked it, I'm pretty sure you can just find it on the website. It's if you Google it, you can find it like really easy. But I think Damien will give you a bit more of insights later on what kind of things we mainly check on the design side. So I think all yours, Damien. You can just get started with it.
Okay, so like for today's session, we'll mainly like look at the initial requirements, which is what we see right there. We won't really go much into the design review, although I will like touch some points about it. But mainly like to showcase to you what we pay attention to, what should be like met in the templates, and so on. And for this purpose, we have some templates ready to be reviewed. So these were submitted to the Frontrow. So now I can like take them live for you. So right there, basically what we do first whenever we receive a submission, we go to the remix file, we publish it to make sure that it doesn't publish without like any errors. And then we basically go to the live site, and out from here, we check the template. So what I do usually here is like I move my mouse over everywhere. So like to check if there are like proper hover buttons, if the links redirecting to the websites, to the subpages, and so on. And for example, right here, whenever I'm hovering over those two buttons, there are hover effects. But as you can see in the like left bottom corner, there are no links. So there's no link for book consultation. And for the play button, you would expect like it would redirect to YouTube or like show an overlay. But actually this one redirects back to top of the homepage, which like isn't ideal. When we like scroll down and click on it, it goes back to top. So that's one of the requirement points that we pay attention to. like basically whenever we look at the requirements, there's the link requirements that tells you that all internal links and external links should point to valid directions. Whenever we scroll down through this page, we can see, okay, so there's like a quite basic section. I believe nothing should be broken in here. Like there's a text, image, there's some statistics. You can hover over the buttons. In this case, this also doesn't have any link added. Like I'm clicking on this and nothing happens. So like these were already, let's say, reported, noted down, because we saw this right here, right? So as nothing is wrong here, we can move on. By the way, what we also do usually is that we like zoom out from the website to check the responsiveness. Then we go to the mobile and check also the whole website on mobile to make sure like it's fully responsive for all the devices. In this case, let's move on to the next section. So we are now in the services section. The first thing I'm seeing here is the button that is cut off from the bottom. So that's mainly because of the overflow set to hidden. We can even check this out like in the project itself. Yeah, it is shown here, but I guess the visibility is set to hidden and it somehow like broke the button. But it's visible here during the live preview. So yeah, that will be noted down. By the way, it also like cuts off the text. So that's definitely something that's worth to note down and like report to the user. Then we can hover over the services. So the first thing I'm seeing here is that there's like pattern image in the background, but it's like quite low quality. So it like should be actually enhanced. And I'm not sure if I'm seeing this correctly. Yeah, so the arrow pointing is actually not our actual arrow, like the cursor, which might be misleading. That won't really be like part of initial review. It will be probably reported in design review stage. But that's something that's worth considering because like it's hard to move between the elements whenever our like main cursor is not the one we're seeing there. Could be confusing for some users. But other than that, I can see they are all pointing to service detail page, which is like a one page, I believe, not CMS page. Am I right? Yeah, they all point to full home interior, which is like quite another point that we should note down and give us as a feedback point to users. Basically, that's like an incorrect redirection. And let's actually make sure that it's even a CMS, because I'm not sure here. No, so we got service details.
Yeah, it is not. No.
Yeah, so like in this case, this is a page that should be reusable across all the services. So this one should be turned into CMS. So like go to CMS, create a new collection for this one. Same way as there is for blog and for work. Yeah, let's move on with the website then. There's once again cut off from the bottom, but I believe all the other things here are fine. How it works also look okay. Then there's the collections. So whenever we hover over these elements, there's an interaction, but it behaves weirdly. So the icon basically like grows and then decreases in size. So the animation could be enhanced there. And the other part is the text that is quite small. So it may not meet the accessibility guidelines. Also, whenever there's a hover, it's worth to check how it behaves on mobile. In fact, in the real life review, I will take my phone and type in the URL in my phone and check it live on phone, because it's completely different than viewing it in the framer. But for now, let me check it here, because if it got a hover, then, oh, by the way, this one also doesn't look good. The arrows are pointing to the right. So yeah, that would be another thing that should be pointed out, mainly in the design review stage. But for this, that's more of a functionality thing. So we don't really have hovers on mobile. So this either should have the proper state revealing, with the reveal text, at the very beginning. Do not rely on hovers on mobile. Okay, moving further with the website. Okay, so there's a scroll to reveal. Then there are some leadership team tiles. What's worth to note here is that whenever we are seeing such a tiles, it would be worth. Let me check this. It would be worth to select the social icons on visibility. So basically, let's set variable. This one is for the Instagram. So visibility is set, and this way, whenever user won't apply the links, they won't be shown whenever we are hovering over them. Let's move further. This one looks fine, although it has some delay whenever I'm clicking on the arrow. So this should be enhanced. But other than that, it looks fine. Then the section of the clients, and we are this template is using real life logos, which is against our guidelines. Basically, it depends. You can technically use logos whenever you are talking about some integrations, but when you are talking about clients, that may strike some copyright strikes as for your template. So let's better avoid this. Then what's next? There's the insights, which is a blog. From this perspective, looks fine. There's the CTA section and the footer. Let's check the footer links. So they're all pointing to relevant directions. There's social medias as well. There's no links from what I see. Services. So as we know, there's no service details page. So these are wrong. And okay, these are also have the HTML links added, which is fine. Let's now move on to, let's say, the contact page then. Actually, let's open this on the framer. Contact us page. So right there, let's check the submit button. Okay. Usually, whenever we get a review, whenever we are reviewing the contact page, we check the contact form, because usually or sometimes the submit button doesn't have proper form state, which is success state, loading state. But in this example, it's not even a native framer form. It's base form component. So we would report it, note it down to change it, just because it's much harder for users to edit this template and edit the redirection for this particular form. In native form, let me add one. here. In native form, it's much easier to like set to send to, which like goes to our email. In this form, we like end user wouldn't really know what to do with it. Like there's no guidance on what they should do in this example. So either they should provide their mail here, or how does it even behave? So like this case rather would be like rejected, noted down, and like added as a feedback to the creator. Checking the links, it also shows that the phone number doesn't have the link added here. So as you can see here, there's the mail to HTML, which should also be added to the telephone, like the phone number. So we type in the tel and then the phone number here. And that basically allows us to, let me show it here. Click on in this example on the email, it will redirect us to the mail application. What's else here? The map looks like quite wide. I believe there's no max width added on it. So like to make sure it meets the grid, it would be good to add some max width on it. So how to add max width? Basically, you click here, max width, and you like make sure it's the same as the breakpoint size or like section size. So in this example, for example, we could add 1440 max width, and it would like stop in here. Okay. So based on those examples, like we noted quite few here, probably the template would get rejected because it doesn't meet more than 4 requirements listed in our website, right? So just by looking at this and like going one by one, it could determine if the template would meet and pass the initial review stage. Let's now move on to the next template, which is this one. Let me publish this one so we can move, like how it looks like. Okay. Actually, let me because I've done some checking before going into this. So I had the wrong remix link. Can we switch the camera back to me for a second so I'll open like the actual remix file? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Andre, I have a question for you. What do you think are like some really common things that you just see over and over that people are like getting wrong when submitting their templates?
I think it's, I think as a summary of what Damien said, I think it's small details like this hover stage on phone, or maybe like links that are not properly pointing to properly like correct links. So I think that's kind of what usually people fail on finding like correct. I think that's the most thing that usually people fail, and I think that's kind of the most easy ones to fix, because it's relatively easy to just check the checklist on the website and see that, for example, like mobile hover stage need to be properly set up. So I think that is one of the main issues that people usually do.
For sure. And I think another big thing that comes up with templates like this is around like aesthetics, because often it is quite personal preference, right? And I think like a lot of designers, they spend a lot of time building these templates and they feel like they've checked all the boxes, but maybe the design isn't necessarily in a place that it needs to be. Do you have any tips or recommendations or ways to go get inspiration in terms of like where that bar is at in terms of like design quality?
I think checking the Framer Marketplace actually is a really good place. Because if you check like a website that is actually published in the marketplace, you see what kind of a good design is or looks like. We actually publish like maybe 4, 5, 6 templates per day, so that is a huge amount. If we check like over the week, it's kind of like 40 or 50 templates every week. So I think that checking the marketplace is a really good place, because if that template is already there, it means that for us it looks great. It also passed all these kind of requirements and design stages. So I think that is the first like top one place that you can check.
Yeah, that's great. We have a few questions coming in as well. Sorry, Damon, you go.
But at the same time, whenever you are like taking an inspiration from the marketplace, it's worth to remember like you shouldn't copy the templates like one by one and like recreate it to your own so you can submit it. Like it wouldn't really be a good idea to do it. At one point, it's like just not fair to copy other people's templates, and like it may get rejected because it's like a copy of another template, right?
For sure. We've got a few questions coming in, so I want to make sure that we can get to some of these as well in the limited time that we do have. A couple of things that have been asked a couple of times now is around like pricing and how designers should price their framer or website templates. Have you guys seen any like trends or strategies that have worked really well? Because I know obviously pricing is it changes depending on use cases and so many different variables, but have you kind of found a recipe that kind of works when it comes to pricing?
So I would say it really depends on how the creator would want to value their work, but at the same time, it's not even always necessary to like make it like for the price, like behind, like let's say the manual, because even free templates receive whenever they are like remixed and someone like purchase the plan for the template, there's still a revenue part from being a partner. So like it doesn't even have to like be a paid template. But as for what price should be set, like it's hard to tell. It like should like be fully on the creators and how they would want to value their work.
Yeah, for sure. Pricing is definitely subjective. Is there any particular tips you have for optimizing for performance when building templates?
So there are like common things of like, let's say not use blur with like high values, because that will usually like decrease the performance of the website. And then be careful with the amount of animations and interactions you're adding to the website. Let's say you're using the like scroll effect on every layer. So that will decrease the performance. Although Framer is already like such a great tool with such enhanced performance that you shouldn't really have problems with this. Although like it depends on how much you added so far.
Yeah, and also I want to add images. It's good to have them, but just be careful with the resolution that you use. So we have a few options, like automatic resolution, but somebody just can think, all right, I'll just put high resolution and lossless quality because the image will look great, but then you just have like this balance of, all right, the image looks great, but then the web is not that performance, you know? So I think that also getting the images to the right resolution is also really important in that sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. Someone asked, how long does it take for a template to typically get approved?
So we are decreasing the approval times. We are trying to get like 7 days approval time from the submissions to the very end. Like with the time of like template being reviewed, it goes back to creators come back with like improved things and so on. We would like to ideally like close the templates in like 5-7 days. We are trying to get there. Currently it's like 10 days, 12 days review time. It also depends on like on the feedback and like feedback back from the creators. But yeah, as said, ideally we want to decrease it as much as possible.
Yeah, great. Awesome. And then like, is there anything you guys are hoping to see more of from template creators this year, whether it be a certain use case or a certain niche or a design trends? Like, is there anything in particular that, you want to just see more of from template creators?
I think people can. I mean, I think I would love for people to just go out of the niche of creating website portfolios or landing pages for agencies, because that is currently the main, let's say, driver for the marketplace. And I start, let's say, exploring new ideas, like, for example, e-commerce templates. Now that we have all these e-commerce plugins, I think that is also a great use case that there's people is starting to get into it. But I think 2025 can be a great year for this kind of expansion also to Framer to the e-commerce, like, let's say, section. And yeah, I think people can just be creative and just try to find new limits for the Framer templates. And I presume that 2025 is going to be a great year for that.
Yeah, ideally, we would even try to like give a better experience in creating templates for other niches. But we'll see how it goes in the future. Like we have some plans, but we'll see.
Yeah, awesome. Andre, Damien, thank you so much for joining me for this session. It's been great to dive deep into all the questions that people have about Framer templates. Just massive thank you to you guys. So up next for our final session for the night or day, depending on where you're joining from, we have Jesse Showalter, who's a gun, and we're going to have a really great deep dive conversation into the whole world of web design and what it means to be a creator, entrepreneur, and business owner in the year 2025 and in the industry of web design. So we'll be back in just a few minutes, and hang tight because we've got some extra things coming your way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a jiff. Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I thought I'd bring you behind the scenes to take a look at what it takes to actually put together a conference like this. As you can see, the whole team is in here ready to go. We'll just walk through this way first and then we'll go catch up with them. So this is our main studio room here where all the filming happens. As you can kind of tell, there's quite a lot of gear here. We have lights, we've got a TV, we've got stuff going on over here. Essentially, from a technical point of view, this is where I stand. We've got a microphone here, we've got the main camera here, and we've got a bunch of different screens. Some of these will be for like my presenter notes or, you know, seeing what's on screen. We've got a monitor here, which shows me exactly what you guys can see as well. So I can see if I'm, you know, framed correctly or if there's graphics on screen or anything like this. We actually utilize this TV, as you've probably noticed as well. We put the logo up there and some extra things as well. We've got a lot of different lights poking around. These lights kind of light up with some LED colors to make it feel a little bit more on brand. If you kind of come around this way, Georgia, this is the unpretty side. This is like the mess. So everything looks clean from like, you know, shoulders up, but below it's just like very messy. If we come back this way, that's basically it in this room. We've got snacks, probably the most important thing that we need for trying to stay up to 3 a.m. 3 nights in a row. But if we kind of keep walking back through here, we can walk over to Tom, who is our head of production for Frontrow. Tom, do you want to walk us through kind of what's required on your end to make this happen?
Yeah, sure. So we've got, on the left, we've got the audio mixer, and OBS, so everything from the studio room is coming through an Ethernet cable to the desk here, and we've got kind of a bit of a back end going for all the sessions, the quiz and the giveaway type stuff, which other people in our team like Gus will be controlling. So I'm kind of hands off in that respect. But yeah, I don't know.
And what do you think is, what are you most confident in with the production and what are you least confident in? What's going to go wrong?
I'm most confident in the audio. I know that will be fine. The video, I think will be fine, but probably the thing that I'm not the surest about is probably the studio camera.
Okay.
In the other room, it's a bit low quality for me. It kind of looks like someone wiped some grease on the lens, and apparently it's really like cool and
it's got a vintage look.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't know. We'll see how that camera holds up. It might mysteriously stop working after the first day.
Someone might unplug it.
I have a high level of confidence, to be honest.
For sure. Awesome.
I'm not sure about the rest of the team, but I have high level of confidence.
Okay, very good. Anything else we should know? Anything special that's going on here?
If anything goes wrong, it's not my fault.
That's true. So if anything happens that shouldn't happen, we definitely blame Tom and nobody else.
Don't know what you're talking about. Nothing will go wrong. It's going to be good. So, yeah.
That's it from us. Welcome back into our last session of Frontrow 2025. Congratulations, you've made it this far. You should give yourself a little bit of a clap. We're almost a third through the entire conference, which is just insane. And to give you another update on our energy levels here at 2 a.m. in the morning, we are still riding high. I'm sure we'll be riding higher after this because I know Jesse is also very high energy, so I'm sure he's going to pull us through for the rest of the night. Now, quick little bit of housekeeping before we jump into our next session. Feel free to continue using the hashtag Frontrow2025 when you're sharing any content related to Frontrow online. Take some selfies, some videos, post some quotes. Make sure to tag our speakers as well and tag us at Insert Frame. And if you do, you'll get automatically entered into the chance to win some prizes. And also a huge shout out to our sponsors, both Framer and Insert Frame. Without their support, stuff like this just would not be possible for the community. So very glad we can have some awesome people beside us. And if you've missed any content or just want to catch up on something with Frontrow, you can go to frontrow.events/replay. There's a QR code on the screen now, but the link's pretty simple to remember. And you can just catch up on any sessions. Every session probably comes up a few hours after it's happened. So there's already some sessions up there that you can replay, which is pretty cool. But enough chit chat from me. Let's get to the content that you're all here for. So I'm very excited to introduce Jesse Showalter, who's a creative director, agency owner, mentor, online educator. Wowee, what a portfolio. And he's on a mission to make an impact in the world with a unique skill set that spans various disciplines from branding, UI, UX design, and front end. Jesse uses his 16 years of experience to help startups and Fortune 500s to essentially equip the next generation of creators for successful. You probably know him through his content. You probably know him through his high energy. It is Jesse Showalter. Mates, how are you going?
I'm doing good, man. You guys 2 a.m. over there, like we're just like saying in the back room, Red Bull is well deserved at this point. So I'm fresh in the morning. I got coffee in me. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we do joke that Tom on the back end is got a drip into him, just feeding Red Bull, and that's all we've got.
Very fair. Yeah, excited to be here.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. So I'm going to leave it over to you. You're going to be talking about the survival guide to modern freelancing. And again, quick reminder to the chat, any questions you have for Jesse, we'll have time at the end of his presentation. So just drop them in the chat so my team can pick up on them. But without further ado, over to you, Jesse.
Fantastic. Hey, welcome Front Row. I'm really excited to be here with you. We're going to be talking about this survival guide to modern freelancing. And that I feel like that title's a little bit cringe, but the industry has changed. It's changing a lot. And the way that you do things now as a freelancer to be successful, to build a business, is not the way that maybe you did them 5 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe not even 2 years ago. So these are a couple of points that have helped me to really kind of stay in, like kind of come to grips and stay in tune with what makes most sense with my clients. And take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm not the fount of all knowledge. I'm just the fount of this tiny, eensy little bit. But I want to share whatever I have with you. Things that have worked for me, maybe they'll work for you. So that's kind of the idea of today. We're going to be talking about this idea, this survival guide to modern freelancing. And it starts out with this first piece. So let's just jump in. And then obviously, hello. I'm going to skip the hello slide because that hello slide's so lame. Let's talk about design. Design has changed, right? Here on the screen, you can see this is actually where I started designing. I started designing in a program called Quark Express. Cringe, insane. And then to the right, you have like a modern design tool like Figma. And with this comes not only the change of tools, but comes the change of process, of workflow, of the way that we think about design, the amount of time we have to spend on design, or even the way that we approach starting a new project or working with a client. Can we use something like Figma's first draft? Are we going to lean on AI? We'll talk about more stuff like that as we move through the presentation. But design has changed in the last 10, 12, 15 years. Let's talk about the next one, right? Code. code has dramatically changed. You can see here on the left, this was me, right? When I started doing design and really quickly moved away from print into web design. And then I fell in love with the web. So I started coding. I hand rolled all of my own websites. I coded everything, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, every new language that came out. I needed to stay updated with it. It was just part of the process. But nowadays, look to the right? Like we have Framer that's sponsoring this event. I've moved all of my client work away from every other platform over to Framer because I don't want to hand roll. I don't want to have to code like websites from scratch, right? I don't want to have to think about dependencies and kind of connecting everything in my GitHub repo. I don't want to have to do that if I'm building marketing websites, even more complex like web applications. I did a stream on my channel a week or two ago about building apps with AI. I used new tools like VO from Vercel and Lovable and, all of these different tools. So there's the way that we approach coding has changed. So again, if you're a designer, a developer, a freelancer of any kind, things have changed. But here's what's really interesting. We have to ask ourselves this question. How has freelancing changed? Based on the context we've just given, so much has changed. Platforms, the pursuit of like having a creative career, the way that we go about it, workflows, processes. How exactly has freelance changed? And how do we have to like maybe shift our perspective a little bit to think about those changes, to make sure that we're in the right space? I would love to hear your comments and your thoughts. And yes, I'll answer them at the end, but if you got a quick one, I'm looking at the chat right now too. So if you got some sort of thought, please hit me up there. Let's interact a little bit. And also, I'm drinking coffee right now. Let me know, like, what time of day is it for you? What are you drinking? Is it tea? Is it something else? Let me know. Okay, so let's dive in and let's talk about a couple of things that freelancers need to do nowadays. It's 2025. And what do you need to do to survive? And here's what I would say is, what do you need to do to survive? Not only that, what do you need to do to thrive as a freelancer? I'm a real believer in not just like scraping by, but in creating a lifestyle business for yourself. The trend is moving towards freelancing. Large companies are downsizing, they're laying people off. There's a lot of tools that they're relying on, but then also there's a lot of freelancers and there's a lot of opportunity. But if you don't do it right, you're going to burn yourself out. You're not going to last very long. Maybe you're here today watching this and you've tried to freelance before, you've moonlighted on the side, it's never been a thing for you. It just never worked out. Maybe, and I hate to say it, but maybe you did it wrong, right? Maybe you weren't kind of applying yourself in the right way, directing yourself in the right way, positioning yourself in the right way. We're going to talk about all of that. Hopefully these tips can help you out. First, let's talk about a quote from Brian Tracy. He says, "In an era of rapid change, standing still is the most dangerous course of action." And that quote hits me really hard. It resonates when I wake up in the morning and I look at that quote. And when we say rapid change, we do mean rapid change, right? Just the other week, not to like harp on it too much, but a couple weeks ago, I made that live stream talking about Lovable. I'm building an internal tool, an application using Lovable. And I've done that. I replaced an internal tool with an app that I built inside of Lovable. It's using Tailwind UI, spun it up really quick in maybe 4 to 5 hours. And then within a week, they release visual editing. Now I can select things and not prompt, but instead just change the typography, change the color, do some things. So I'm able to design right in the browser, connect it to a Supabase database. I'm doing all sorts of crazy stuff. That is as rapid as it gets. Within the span of a week or 2 weeks, I went from prompting to get something to being able to entirely design things visually. And this change is happening so much. The increment of change is happening so much more rapid than it did before. The worst thing you could do, and this quote lays it out really nicely, is just stand still and hope that it'll come back to you. This is like the guy in the 80s that had the flock of seagulls haircut that just went, you know what? I'm going to keep the flock of seagulls haircut because eventually the style will come back around. No, it's somebody out there right now has a flock of seagulls haircut and I'm offending you. I love you. I love you so much. It's not coming back around, my friend, right? And this is what's happening. If you are freelancing the way that you did 10 years ago and hoping that clients will just come back around to appreciating the way that you did it back then, and you're refusing to change, you're a dinosaur. And if you're not willing to change with this rapid change, that's the most dangerous course of action. Let's talk about the first one, okay? I got a couple of big points, and each one of these we will kind of like riff off of. Number one, this is one of the things that a modern freelancer does. A modern freelancer excels at sales, okay? It absolutely excels at sales. And this is something that has always been problematic for freelancers. It's like, it's been one of those things that you have to do, right? You have to work with clients. You have to think about sales. And the majority of freelancers are underpaid. They're not getting the right value for things. They don't know how to sell. They don't know how to communicate with clients. They don't know how to set expectations and lay out project scope and actually sell in a way that makes it beneficial. Did you know this? That the large majority of freelancers at the end of the day are making around minimum wage. Did you know that? There's only a short or small percentage of freelancers that are getting past that and actually getting paid what they're worth because they're not afraid to ask for top dollar. They understand the benefits of hiring a freelancer. They see their value and they sell knowing their value, coming from a place of value. So the majority, and I did a session about this in my design community a while back, but how sales is the skill that most designers just don't have. We love color, typography, web development, front end, Framer, Figma, all these things. But we don't love sales because it makes us feel yucky. And I don't know a better word to describe it than just yucky, right? It makes us feel gross. It makes us feel like we're ripping somebody off. And none of those things are true. You're not ripping anybody off. So maybe right now, Frontrow 2025, if you're watching, you might need to realign your perspective, change your perspective and shift it to say, I offer value. And if you don't offer value, now's the time to assess why you don't offer value to your clients. At the end of the day, money is a byproduct of value that has been offered or value that has been received. It's an exchange of value. I bring you as a designer or as a creative director, as a developer, whatever. Maybe you build Framer websites. Maybe you're an illustrator. Maybe you do UI design in Figma. I bring value and I need to exchange that value. And the thing I get back is money. And the more value I give you, the more value you give me. It's fair. It makes sense. But a lot of us have confidence issues and therefore we don't excel at sales. But going forward, these are going to be the people who really excel as a modern freelancer. It's sales. Let's talk about a couple of main points here about sales. Number one, you need to believe in your product. Okay. What is your product? Like I just said, maybe you make Framer websites, maybe you design in Figma, maybe you are a UX designer who specializes in UX flows and conversion. You need to believe in your product. The worst thing you could actually be is somebody who delivers a product, a designer of some sort that doesn't actually think that the thing that you provide is worth anything. Right? Of course, sales is going to feel slimy. Of course, it's going to feel cheap. You don't believe in what you're slinging. But if you're slinging something, you're like, dude, everybody should have this. It changes the way that you think about sales. Number two, you should start talking about benefits and not features. Okay. Start talking about benefits. How does the product that you actually offer, whether it's UI, UX, web, Framer, whatever it is, how does it offer a benefit to your user or to your client and not just features? CMSs, Framer as a platform, this color, this typography, who cares? Who cares if it's built on Framer or on a cardboard box? Does it make my client money? So I start asking or speaking through the lens of benefit and value. Okay. Number three, understand customer pain points. What is it that bugs you? What is it that's hurting you? What is it that frustrates you? What's the obstacle in your business that you can't seem to get past? Speak to those pain points, understand those pain points, and actually have a heart to solve people's problems. At the end of the day, sales is not slimy. Sales is actually one of the most helpful things you can do because sales is showing somebody, I care about you and actually have the solution to your problem. I would love to alleviate your pain. I want to alleviate your pain. I can help you. Other people can help you, but I know that I can help you. And here's how I can help you. Here's the value of how I can help you. And here's what helping you looks like. Man, I love it when people help me. I have an executive assistant. I have a video editor. I have a couple of other people on my team. I hire designers and they help me accomplish what I need to do. And man, is it wonderful when they help me. right? But so many of us don't actually believe in ourselves, believe in our product. We don't know how to talk about the benefits of how we can help people, and we don't speak to their pain points. Number 3, understand your target market. We're going to talk more later about niching down and getting specific, but understanding your target market, who are they? What do they care about? What are their hopes, goals, dreams? And the more that you can understand them, the more you can empathize with them. And again, we talk about a lot as designers. We talk about empathy in the framework of design, empathize with your users, but we don't actually take that for some reason, the majority of us, and then place it over here. We don't empathize with our clients, right? Think about it. Like, let's say I'm building a website for a local laundromat. Their website sucks. It doesn't have the address on it. They're not getting the type of business. What do they need? What's their daily issue, right? Is it machines breaking down? Is it, people not being able to find them? Is it bad signage? How can I help them? I need to empathize with them and the thing they're struggling with. Number 5, sell solutions, not services. I think so many of us, especially if you're transitioning away from being a full-time employee over to being a freelancer, there's a little bit of a disconnect that happens for the modern freelancer where we think we could just go on talking and selling solutions, websites, business cards, logos. Those are solutions, and those are services. They're not necessarily solutions, right? So the logo is a solution to what? The website is a solution to what? These are the questions that we start asking ourselves and that we start learning how to provide for our clients. And then lastly, we need to speak in their language. Here's the really hard thing is everything we've just talked about, right? Believing in your product, benefits, customers' pain points, target markets, all of those are buzzwords, and those make sense to us, but they don't make sense to our clients. I don't want to speak in buzzwords. I don't want to speak in tech jargon. They don't care about AI, Framer, Webflow, whatever. They don't care about those. What they care about is it going to make me money? Is it going to make my business flourish? Is it going to make me suffer a little bit less? Yes. Speak to people like people. Okay. People are asking where to find clients. Trust me. Listen to the following points we're going to talk about. It'll help you find clients, I promise. Okay, let's move on to the second point here. A modern freelancer is an expert strategist, right? And I think, again, this is one of those big disconnects. We don't love doing sales, and we think that if we provide pixels, that we're providing some sort of value. And at the end of the day, here's the hard part, and we're going to talk about this more later, but pixels are no longer the valuable thing. Because why? AI is starting to design pixels. If you're a product designer and you can't design as well as Tailwind UI or Shad CN or any of these kits that are coming out, it's problematic for you, because we have a kit that's built that somebody could just open up and start assembling like Lego blocks that works better than my stuff. So here's the crazy thing though. There's a lot of ugly products and websites that are selling successful, and they paid somebody to do it, and that person made good money. There are people right now that can design circles around me. Probably plenty of you can. I've never claimed to be the best designer ever. I don't care about winning awards, and you shouldn't either. What you should care about is being a great strategist and actually helping people. Here's the truth. It's going to break all of our hearts. Ugly stuff can sell. Ugly stuff can be valuable. Ugly stuff can be useful. And we don't like to hear that, because we just believe that if I just get better, if I just keep pushing pixels, somehow that's going to equate into dollars and success for me as a freelancer. But it's not always that case, right? Sometimes, every once in a while, there is the case. But I will tell you, the path to victory, there's a very thin margin or a very thin pathway to victory or success as a freelancer that's about skill. That's about you being the best. It's a very narrow path. But the broad path, the big path, the easy path is one of value, and it starts with strategy, okay? So the modern freelancer is an expert strategist. Let's talk about strategy a little bit. How do you do strategy? What the heck is strategy? Well, number one, we need to shift our messaging when we're talking to clients on our websites. Our websites, portfolios, case studies, and conversations with clients should no longer be about the deliverable. It should be about the value that we bring. It should be about, and you're going to see this later, it should be about business goals that we have here, right? Connecting our work to business goals. So shift our messaging. This means right now, go look at your website. Your website or portfolio should not say, I'm such and such a person that does this type of deliverable. Web design, right? Product design, UI design, UX design. No. I am a type of thing, type of creative, type of, business or service provider that provides what? conversion results, revenue results, traffic, leads, income, revenue, repeating revenue. You're that person. So start speaking. The messaging has to shift to what you know how to do. Maybe you can look back through the matrix or the funnel of all, or excuse me, the scrapbook, so to speak, of all the work you've done, the portfolio of your work. Try to figure out, try to draw some threads out of the type of value that you've brought. And again, none of that value is how pretty it is. If your message is I make pretty stuff and make bottom dollar for it, that message sucks. And you need to shift your message to I am this person that provides this value, and the value will come. The clients will come. So people are asking, how do I find clients? You speak to their pain points, you message correctly, and make sure you're speaking in the terms of value. Then how do you do strategy? You have to lead with discovery and strategy. You can't lead with inspiration, visual direction, blah, 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 blah. If you're not speaking to or sussing out or inspecting and investigating business issues. Now, this is what's really crazy. Somebody might come to you and say, hey, I need a website. And they just heard they need a website. Their friend, they own a coffee shop, and their friend who owns a business, a barbershop down the road, has a website. They don't have one. Apparently, I'm supposed to have one. That's bottom dollar thinking, right? But top dollar thinking is, why do you need a website? Well, I don't really know. Well, let's talk about your business, right? I need to do some discovery to come up with a strategy, right? Because I can make you a website for a million different reasons. A website could be to get online traffic, to get organic content created and lead people to something, the top of funnel sales. Maybe people don't know where you're at and you need to get them to your physical location. What's the reason? And the reason will always map back to some sort of business goal, right? What are you trying to accomplish? Well, here's some great strategy questions. How much is your business making? How much did your business make last year during Q1? And how much would you like your business to be making? What does viable success look like to you? How can I help you with that? What's crazy about this is you start to realize your ego. Somebody said no ego-driven design. Your ego goes down when strategy goes up, and you realize that design is nothing more than the vehicle to help businesses flourish. You have that skill. You have that vehicle. You know how to drive that vehicle, and you know how to drive progress and business goals forward using that vehicle. But the vehicle itself is not the solution, right? A coffee shop doesn't need your vehicle. The coffee shop needs you to put them in the car and drive them to success, proverbially speaking. So that's what we need to do. Connect our work with business goals. What are you trying to accomplish? How can I help you do that? What are other people in your space doing to find success? Okay, next, offer full solutions, not just deliverables, right? A solution is how this is not only, let's take a website, for instance, how this website that I built in Framer is going to get launched. Boom, I've launched it. It's up online. That's not a solution. That's a part of the solution, right? That's a deliverable. But this website that'll go up will help us to do what? How will it execute? What's the marketing plan? What's the strategy for using this deliverable to do something? But we need to be the people to do that. We are the captains of the ship. And here's what's crazy. A lot of people come to me and they say, I have really bad clients. No. If you have a bad client, it's because you haven't established yourself as the captain of the ship to say, I know when to turn left. I know where we're going. I have the map and I know where we're navigating. Do you understand? What people want, what clients want, is to hire the captain to do the work for them. Some of them come and they have trust issues. Some clients might come, they've had bad experiences and they feel like they need to be the captain. But if you show up, demonstrate a portfolio or case studies or experience of you captaining well, it starts to lower their stress levels. It starts to increase their trust with you and say, maybe, oh, thank God, maybe this person could be the captain of my project. Maybe this person is the solution I'm looking for. There is so much value in peace of mind and hiring somebody that is trustworthy, capable, and willing to steer the ship for you. Because here's the truth. Business people are great at, hopefully, doing their business, selling coffee, booking trips, whatever the business is that they have. They want to do that. That's why they got in business. They didn't get into business to build websites or create social media content, right? That's your thing. And your business helps their business flourish. So they don't want to be masters of all that. And if you can help them to see that they don't have to be, and that the investment in you can actually relieve them from having to be, so disoriented and dispersed or divided in their pursuit, they can get back to doing what they love. That's so valuable. But you have to show them a solution, a full solution, not just deliverables. Okay. Lastly, how do you do strategy? You need to use case studies to prove impact. You need to build trust, social proof. There's a lot of things I could say here. I could riff on and on. Build a personal brand online. Start posting things geared for your target market online, Instagram, Twitter, social media, LinkedIn, whatever. Do that consistently to build some trust and social proof, right? Or how about just get great testimonials and add those in your case studies? Add metrics and value into your case studies to show that, yes, it's not just a pretty design. It's not just about my process. It's about the solution and the value that has been added. You should have a value-based portfolio and case studies. This is so much more valuable for clients. Let's move on to the next point here. The modern freelancer, doesn't fear AI. They use AI. And here's where I want to stop and just tell you a little story. This is a very American folk tale called The Story of John Henry. The story of John Henry goes like this. John Henry was a railroad worker. He would build railroads. He was the biggest. He was the strongest. He was the best at building railroads. He could build it faster than any man alive. And then some technology came along, the steam engine, and the steam engine could build railroads supposedly faster than any man alive. And out of his pride, out of his ego, he decided to challenge the steam engine in a race to see who could build more track fastest, longest without quitting. And guess what? At the end of the day, the steam engine won, and John Henry worked himself so hard that he died. Now take this idea, take this great American folktale and apply it to your freelance career. You can either challenge AI, you can resist AI, you can try to do better than AI. But the question is, what would have happened if John Henry partnered together with technology, leveraged the technology? What would have happened if he would have used it and all of its capabilities and joined it with his own abilities? I would say that the country would have flourished in that tale, that more railroad would have been built, that more people would have been benefited had he put his ego aside and started to leverage the technology. And so, yes, a modern freelancer does not fear AI, but instead they use AI. So ask yourself this question: why are you afraid of AI? Are you afraid it's going to take your job? Are you afraid that it's better at doing X, Y, and Z? Is it starting to take away some of the market share of your skill sets? It's not a time to blame AI and curse, Sam Altman from ChatGPT and Elon. It's not time to curse the skies about how AI is changing. This is not the plot line to Terminator 2, right? It's not going to take your job. But what will happen is you will lose your job if you don't start to leverage and use AI. I use AI in so much of my workflow that it's crazy. And again, I don't replace my human touch, the ability to strategize, because here's one thing. Yes, AI can do a pretty decent job, but it will never be human. It will never be able to get on a call like this with me and you as my client, listen to you, empathize with you, and use my experience on how this is actually played out with other people. Now, it might be able to gather lots of information and give you something, but there's a difference. Like right now, at least right now, AI is offering suits off the rack at Men's Warehouse, at a lame suit store. They're not custom fit, they're not custom tailored, but what I can offer is a fine made Italian suit, something that is very tailored to my users' needs, to my clients' needs. I listen to them, right? And I leverage all that I have with AI, all the experience I have with AI to come up with something that's unique and different for them, that helps them specifically. And so this is going to be my big rant on AI right now. You need to embrace it. You need to use it. Otherwise, that quote that we talked about from Brian Tracy is going to come true. You're going to stand still. You're going to curse the sky. You're going to be frustrated. And at the end of the day, it's not going to serve you. It's actually going to hurt you. Let's talk about the next one. The modern freelancer is niched AF. Is niched down to the absolute nth degree. Okay, so this, if you don't know what a niche is a speciality, something that you do that is very specialized, very focused. And the modern freelancer is no longer, and I'm gonna here ready for the hot take. The modern freelancer is no longer a generalist. It just can't be, because general design has just gotten too easy, too good. And there's less room for strategy for generalists, right? So I can think of people in my kind of universe or in my kind of sphere of influence that are generalists. They're starting to be relegated to these pixel pushing kind of generalist kind of positions, and they don't have a lot of seats at the table. They don't have a lot of input. They don't have a lot of kind of captaining of the ship. So I believe that the generalist needs to go away and the modern freelancer needs to niche down in a very, very hard way. This is what Alex Hormozi, the famous business tycoon, who's written multiple books, podcasts, such and such. He says that the riches are in the niches. Now, I don't know if he actually said it or coined that term, but I that's where I read it last. I think a lot of finance bros say it, but it's very, very true, regardless of where you've heard it, that the modern freelancer does have to actually niche down. This means don't be a designer or a digital designer. Check it out. Try to think past even being something like a web designer or a UI designer. Start to think about how to be a web designer for the insert specific space, right? The education space, the nonprofit space, the coffee shop space, the yoga and fitness and wellness space. So yes, be specific in what you do, in who you do it for, and in how you do it, and in, ready for the fourth one, and in exactly what you actually deliver, what the strategy is, and what the actual, not deliverables, but value is. So here would be a bad generalist freelancer statement. I'm a web designer that makes beautiful websites for any business. That's way too general, but way more specific, niche AF would be, I'm a web designer that specializes in making fast turnaround websites in Framer in 2 weeks for the fitness, yoga, and wellness space. And I do that to increase your monthly subscriptions for your fitness business. Wow, that is hyper specific. And the more specific you can be, it starts to become what I call the late night infomercial kind of feeling, right? Late at night, you go, hey, are you 40 years old and trying to get in shape and be consistent at the gym? There I am at 1 o'clock in the morning eating a chocolate bar going, yeah, that's me. It speaks specifically to my needs. And you might be terrified of this. You might be scared of this because you think that the more specific you get, the more clients you'll lose. But what's actually going to happen is the complete opposite. It's the reverse of that. The more specific you get, the more you shine, the more you stand out to those exact people that are looking for that exact thing, right? If I am looking for somebody in my yoga and fitness business to build me a fast website that helps me get more clients, I go, that's my guy. But or that's my designer, that's the person I'm hiring, the service provider for this. But if I see that person in a sea of generic web designers, who am I looking to? Who fits the bill? Who makes me feel comfy and happy and excited? Who makes me feel like they understand my problem more and I can trust them more with my problem? And ready? Ooh, kick this into high gear. If you have case studies that back that up and show me that you're in one specific genre, the wedding industry, the fitness industry, the wellness industry, the education industry, if you show me that you've done this multiple times, that takes my social proof through the roof. That makes me trust you to the nth degree. I go, take my money. You're telling me that you've helped other companies, other yoga studios to reach X amount of monthly recurring revenue because of the websites you build? Take my money. Do you see how easy it is to sell when you niche? It's so difficult to sell when you generalize. It's so difficult to sell strategy when you generalize, but it's so much easier when you niche down. Okay, so niching is the thing to do. One of the next ones is that the modern freelancer, stay with me, is a master, and I repeat, master of communication. Communication is key. And so there's no really room left, in my opinion, for you to be the timid, unconfident, imposter syndrome, leaving kind of like thoughts on the table, not describing how the project's going to work, hoping for the best, having no system or process, not captaining the ship. Here's what every good captain does. They communicate. They tell who to pull the sails, when to go where to steer the wheel, where to move the rudder, when to go to bed, when to rise, when to scrub the deck. They have plans, and you have to communicate those plans. So many of you have plans, but you don't know how to communicate those plans. This is where I've said this online a lot. Soft skills are going to be the win for you. Soft skills are actually going to start to become so important that they start to equalize with those hard skills, right? And here's the proof. The proof is in the pudding. Ready? Like, again, there's probably a lot of you watching right now that are so much more talented at design than I am, right? But maybe my skills of communication and sales and positioning and strategy have helped me to create a multi-six-figure freelancing business. And you're going, why can't I have a why can't I have a great freelancing business? I want to make $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 a year, but I'm stuck making 50 grand a year because but why? I don't understand. My designs are so good. It's because you need to increase your soft skills. And one of the big ones is communication, my friend. You need to increase communication. Let's talk about some of the skills of communication. Number one, your skills of presentation are so incredibly important. Okay. I had a client that I do primarily web design, product design for. I have them on a monthly retainer. They've been with me for coming on a year now of working with this client, and they are fantastic. And the other day they said to me, I need a business card. They said, I need a business card like by tomorrow. Could you whip me up a business card? Sure can. I don't usually do that, but you're a great client of mine. So let me whip up a business card. Now, ready? 10 years ago, I might have just sent along some designs, but what I did and just hope for the best. And what I would have gotten probably 10 years ago is feedback, iteration requests, change requests. I don't like this. Can you do something more like this? So what I did instead was I created 2 different business card designs. I mocked them up using a tool like Artboard Studio. I sent along beautiful assets going, this is what they could look like when they are printed. And I got a thumbs up. Thank you. These are amazing. You know why? Because presentation is everything. You can have a mediocre design, but if you mock it up, if you present well, not only visually, but if you talk through your work and present well, that skill of presentation actually takes you from maybe a 6 as a designer to a 10, to an 11. Presenting mid-work well actually increases the look, feel, value, and the perceived value of the design simply by presenting it well. Now, you can follow me online. Watch a bunch of Ryan stuff, watch my stuff, there's tons of people talking about how to present your work. But if you're not presenting your work, if you're not thinking that presentation is part of the design process, then you're failing. You're missing the mark. Presentation's huge. Let's talk next about expectations. You have to, as the captain of the ship, set expectations, right? For what the client should expect. You should expect deliverables at this time, feedback requests at this time, milestones at this time, project to be finished at this time. You're the one that has to lay out the expectations. A mentor of mine years ago told me that the key to frustration is unmet expectation. So if you want to piss people off, if you want them to be really frustrated, just don't give them any expectations and you will have accomplished your mission. But if you want happy clients, like a well-paying freelance or successful freelance business, clients that love you, clients that come back, clients that recommend you, then you will give them expectations. Often, referrals from your current clients to new clients don't come from the best visually designed work. They come from a good strategy. They come from good results. And those results are built on a foundation of the expectation that you give them, right? From service provider to client. Next, milestones and updates. You need to communicate these well. When will they come? What will they be? What can they expect? Obviously, you need to communicate deliverables well, and you need to give the client, and this is probably the biggest one, project flow and scope. Let them know how the project's going to go. Give them a 10,000-foot view and commit to that plan. Because here's the deal. I had to hire a plumber the other day. I'm not a plumber. The last time I talked to a plumber was 6 years ago when I had a problem. So when I brought this plumber over, I said, can you give me an idea of how long this is going to take, what it could cost, what's going to be the deal, what's going to be required? I need to know those things. You know why? Because I'm not a plumber. I don't know those things. And people who are building their business, they're not web designers. They're not product designers. They're not UI designers or UX designers. They don't know what that process is going to look like. So you need to become a little bit of an educator and communicate the project flow and the scope of work and what they can expect. See how so much of this falls back on expectations. If you don't know how to communicate these things, then you are, and stay with me, you're actually leaving money on the table. The better a communicator that you are, the more valuable you are, the better you're able to communicate your strategy, your vision, the value that you bring, and the way that things are going to work out. And that takes you from one of those low level freelancers, I can't break through whatever this ceiling is, to a high level freelancer. Communication skills are going to help you do that. Okay. Now there's a couple questions here in the chat, and I think it's probably time to move us into that question answer time. We got about 15 minutes left, and I'm sure that the Front Row team is gathering some important questions or things that they've seen. But one of the things that I see from Tama just says, how do you handle clients who provide only screenshots without clear requirements, making it hard to design something truly valuable for their business? Now, here's the crazy thing. There's a strategy for every client, and there's a need. There's a business goal for every client. At the end of the day, I only know of 3 business goals that clients have. Number 1, it's to stroke their own ego and make something pretty. Number 2, it's to increase their user base. And number 3, it's to increase sales. At the end of the day, those last 2 are kind of the same, because when you increase users, most likely you increase revenue. But it's traffic, it's revenue, or it's ego. Either one of those is fine. I don't mind any one of those as a strategy or a business goal. So first, figure out what is their business goal, which of those 3 is it, and then come up with a strategy to actually satisfy that business goal. If they just go, I want it to look better, great. Why? Do you have customers that are complaining? This is where the diagnostic technician has to come in. I can't just go, yes, okay, I'll do that. You have to start saying, why is it that you want that? Why does that matter? What kind of impact is that going to have? Always respond questions with questions, not questions with answers. Ask more, dig deeper, and figure out how you can actually help them and solve their issues or the problems they're having. That's a great question. I'm sure we got some more. Ryan, you want to bring us back and get us some more questions?
Yeah, man, absolutely. That was awesome. And I love, there was so many different goodies that I took away from that. In particular around like niching, like I love that. Something that I've actually discovered recently that I thought was kind of valuable was not only niching to an industry, but also niching to a persona, right? And a type of person. Because there can be a really interesting niche in that. An example being, say, a business owner who wants certain expectations or feels a certain way or communicates a certain way, because maybe you're not necessarily wanting to be the restaurant, menu design guy, but maybe you want that sort of client who wants something in particular that can be actually spread across multiple industries. Is that something you've seen, Jesse, where you've gone, the clients I really enjoy working with, they actually have the same trait, not because of the industry, but because of who they are?
Yeah, you can niche to anything. And here, I think, obviously, I believe wholeheartedly that the riches are in the niches, but where do you find the niche? Which niche should you attack? How deep, how hard should you niche down? A lot of those questions are actually resolved, or the answers are found in what you feel more comfortable with. Like, what type of clients do I like to work with, right? Like, who do I vibe well with? What industries do I understand? What specific problems am I really good at figuring out? So I know people who niche down for personality types, who like to work with founders, startup founders who are, maybe have ADD or are dealing with specific personality types, and you understand them. I have a great friend who niches down, and everything she does in the branding space revolves around figuring out what's the thing called where you're a number 7 or a number 2 or a number 1, that thing. It's like a personality thing. So she does everything through that thing. I forget what it's called. I'm having a brain fart right now. I know other people that niche specific to just industry, and everything must be in that industry. So you can niche for anything: the type of client, that client's clients, the industry itself, time frame, price container or bracket. Maybe you want to niche down to people in the coffee shop space that only have $1,000 to spend on a website and they need it tomorrow. That's a niche. That's a thing you can do. Anything that speaks to a user's personality, their needs, their problems, like all of those things can be good. So again, a lot of it is based off of what you do well and how you interact well, right? Like if you love kids, don't probably, your career shouldn't be revolving around kids. But if you love kids, you're like, man, there's a bunch of career opportunities for me, right? And so you can take that same idea and apply it to your freelance career.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I loved how you touched on ego as well and trying to like bring that out out from the client is almost a bit of a strategy. When you go and not only present work, but you know, in these discovery meetings, actually chatting to a client for the first time, like how do you go actually trying to like bring a bit of that ego out of them and feeling like, you know, they not necessarily control the room, but they feel like they're having their needs met?
Yeah, I think so. I'll tell a 10-second story on this, maybe 20 seconds, but I think it relates. Like when I was a kid, when I was in third grade, I was really, really, really inconfident, really scared to make friends at school. And my grandfather told me this: interested is interesting. So if you can just be the most interested person, you immediately become interesting to people. You immediately become valuable to people. And I've applied that in my career. Interested people don't talk about themselves or what they're able to do or how they do things or how their business is going. Interested people ask you about what you care about and what you're interested in, what you're struggling with, and how they can help you. Do this at a cocktail party, do this with clients, but immediately anybody that you ask lots of questions to and invest your interest in, they immediately go, I really like that guy. I really like them a lot. They're really great. You know why? Because it actually feeds off of our own ego, right? If you ask me tons of questions about me, my family, my kids, it's subconsciously my ego goes, man, I really like them. They're so interesting. And it's just because you were serving my ego, right? So serve your client's ego, ask them tons of questions. And in that, you're not only stroking their ego, you're actually digging down to the root of any issues or problems they have in their business. So I just say, be interested, be a diagnostic technician, ask more questions than you give answers. That's if you find yourself diagnosing constantly, you're a bad doctor. When you go into the doctor's office, they need to ask you what's going on. Why do you feel that way? Open your mouth. Say, let me put this thing on your. They have to do all of that. If I walk into a doctor's office and I go, I'm feeling, and they go, take these pills and go home. I go, you're a bad doctor. You didn't ask me any valuable questions. So we need to be good diagnostic technicians. That's the way that you do that.
For sure. That's why we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we speak.
Yeah.
Have you ever fired a client?
Yes, I do it constantly, actually. I have some frameworks set up to vet clients and to actually validate whether or not they're a good client for me. And that actually, whether it's your minimum level of engagement, it's the type of client or work or project you do, they don't fit into my niche, whatever it is, it's a free consult call. They have to get through a couple of steps to actually start working with me. And notice that when I say that, I'm positioning it as you need to get through a series of steps to work with me. I don't need to get through a series of steps to work with you. That's number one, is having confidence and boldness to say, I know that I can solve your problems. It's whether or not like I want to work with you. And you can do that even in the smallest of ways. If you're starting out as a freelancer, you don't be an egomaniac and be like, nobody gets to work with me. But you validate clients first. Every once in a while, I will have clients actually get through that validation process. I think they're going to be a good fit. And then we start diving into the work. I go, ooh, something's up here. And the way that I'm able to do that is because I have really concrete systems, processes, and requirements. And I know the reason I've built those is because I know that those work. I do my business every single day of the week, right? I build websites, I build products, I design for clients. I know what works for me and for businesses to accomplish and actually make them happy and actually make them like give referrals to me and bring me more clients. And if somebody says, ooh, I don't want to do that, I don't want to answer those questions, I'm going, ooh, you're a bad client. So you get a couple of those, and I try to educate you and tell you why you need to fold into this system and allow me to serve you. It's like the old Jerry Maguire movie with Tom Cruise, like, help me help you, right? Like, if you won't let me help you after a certain amount of time, I know that doesn't matter how long we spend together, how much money you pay me, you are not going to be satisfied with the work that I do for you. If you want to just tell me to pixel push and not let me do strategy for you, you're not going to be satisfied with the work that I do. If you won't let me establish clear business goals for you and actually solve those problems, you're not going to be happy with the work that I do. And it's not worth it to me. So I will fire clients and just say, hey, it turns out we are not a match. It's not a good fit. So I'm just going to go ahead and sever the contract right now. So I think being able to stand up for yourself, know what works for you and what doesn't, and be able to validate clients, you're going to save yourself a lot of headache and heartache. And by doing that, you just make more space for the types of clients you actually do want to work with.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Being able to like dictate and own that process is extremely important. And it gives a lot more confidence, I think, in clients, for a client as well, because they actually feel like they're being supported by someone who knows what they're doing, rather than like, I think typically what happens with like younger or less experienced designers is they kind of like hope that the client guides them, but it should be the other way around, which you've touched on. But if you are in those sort of earlier stages, or you're trying to still build out your processes and trying to figure out like what works for you and what doesn't work, but you want to get to that stage where you are owning that process and you are vetting clients as they come in, and you can really figure out, do our DNAs match up? Are we going to be a good fit? Like, what are your sort of like recommendations for actually implementing that?
Yeah, I think, again, it's a lot of it has to do with the way that you actually message and position yourself. So a lot of clients end up not even tapping that button and working with me and my agency, because my website says very clearly like what type of work that I do and the way that we go about that work. So messaging and communicating my expectations right out of the gate is going to scare off a lot of people, or expressing like a monthly or a minimum level of engagement. Like, hey, listen, we build websites and products for such and such type of company and industry and niche, and projects like this start at X amount of thousands of dollars. So somebody coming to me who goes, I wanted like a $500 website and I wanted to be able to dictate and tell, they're immediately going to be scared away and go, I don't work with this person. But it's also, it's a green flag. It's a good thing for people who do see it. So that's the first level of like me kind of screening clients. But once they get there, I think having a really personal touch and conversation. So I think that calls, having hands-on with clients is the best thing that you can possibly do. And you should get good at actually reading the room. This is another one of those communication skills that I didn't have time to talk about, but it's, when you're hitting the mark with somebody, right? Like if I'm telling them price, I'm telling them expectation, I'm doing strategy with them, and they're going like, this is good. Great. I like to hear that. I'm reading body language and tone and going, yes, like they're getting me. Or if I'm saying that, they're going, and they're like really scrunched up, or they have questions, they're not sure. I go, oof, that's a red flag. You can't do that through email. Things get lost in email and text and Slack and all of that. So getting people on calls, but having a reason to get people on calls about like some sort of value that they'll get from getting on that call is tricky to do. You got to get them on that call because it's easier to read people, ask those questions, be interested, make those sales. It's very difficult through email. So my suggestion is get people to calls, because in the world of AI, man, automated LinkedIn messages, automated cold calls, automated emails, but like a specialized call or even a Loom video that says like, hey, why don't you get on a call with me? Let's talk about it, is going to be worth $1 million. I send the large majority of my clients, if they've just emailed, usually it's a call they book, but if somehow they got a hold of me, I'm going to do 10 minutes of audit on their product or on their design or on whatever it is that's in question. I do a Loom video. I talk about points. I showcase the value that I can bring. I send them a Loom video back. It's 5 minutes of my time. It's 10 minutes of my time. And it's custom tailored to them. And it makes them go, oh my God, this person's already working on my project. I like this person, right? So it's the more we get with like, the more that AI progresses, the more personalized you can be, and calls and video and conversations are going to be the thing, I think.
Yeah, that's awesome. And like, what have you got planned for the rest of the year, Jesse? Anything exciting coming up? Anything you're excited to work on?
I'm trying to teach more people how to build what I call a lifestyle business, not multi-million-dollar businesses, but businesses that support their lifestyle. So whether they have kids and a family and they want to spend more time with them, whether they want to travel the world and be a digital nomad, my goal is to teach people the hard and soft skills to be able to do that. I'm doing all of that through my online design community called Design Champs. You can go and see more about it at designchamps.io, where we teach you not only hard skills, but soft skills, live events, community building. My goal is that people would live the life that actually fits them, matches them. And I think that the creative industry is an insanely great place to do that. So I'm really excited to empower people to do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And where can people get in touch with you?
Yeah, you can always find me at my website, jesseshowalter.com or designchamps.io. I'm always on YouTube putting out tons of content because, again, that's part of my mission, is to encourage, equip, provide entertainment and education for people so they can grow their careers. So YouTube, and I like to tweet a lot. So you can find me on Twitter. I'm Jesse Show. That's me.
Yeah, awesome. Jesse, thank you so much for joining us. You always are a blast. So I'm sure we all took a ton of value from that. Stay tuned because we're going to wrap up Frontrow 2025 just after this. So don't go anywhere. And yeah, we'll wrap up day one after this quick message from our sponsors. Hey everyone, Ryan here. I'm just disrupting your break from the conference to tell you a little bit about our company, Insert Frame. We're building the Framerverse, otherwise known as an ecosystem of products and education for Framer. As you can probably tell, we're a huge advocate for Framer, and we've really built a company off the back of, well, Framer. So we have some courses, we have some really cool plugins, some which are free, some which are paid, and if you are interested in it, check out insertframe.io. Hey everyone, it's Ryan here checking in once again. Now, if you want to keep up to date on what's happening during Frontrow, you can add the entire schedule to your Google Calendar. And I highly recommend this because time zones can be a bit... Grace, I really hoped you beeped that in the edit. So just scan the QR code that's on the screen now or press the link that's in the chat to add the entire schedule to your calendar. And just like that, that concludes day one of Frontrow 2025. What a day it has been. I wonder if we can load up the schedule quickly again, Tom, because I want to revisit everything we've kind of looked at today. We've had a bunch of incredible speakers. We started with Alejandro, who was here in studio showing us how to create an incredible portfolio using a lot of different elements like 3D and motion and bringing that together. Then we had George, who gave a talk on good design is good business, which was super great. Then we chatted to Jamie, who's currently in New York, on the playbook to charging your worth. We were joined by the Framer team for a live website template review session and getting all the insights into what makes a successful Framer template. And then lastly, we just had Jesse with the survival guide to modern freelancing, giving all the practical tips and tricks to be a better freelancer and to charge your worth. A huge thank you to our event sponsors once again, both Framer, the no-code website builder built for generation auto layouts, as well as Insert Frame, our company putting all this together, who build products and education for Framer and other web designers. If you want to catch up on any replays, you can do that as well. Just head to frontrow.events/replays. There's a few up there already, and we'll continue to add them over the course of today/tomorrow. It's currently 3 a.m. here, so I'm sure we're all very excited to go to sleep on here in Melbourne, but any session, they'll all be uploaded there as well. Now, day two has a ton in store. If you head to our website, just frontrow.events, you'll be able to see the full schedule there and add it to your calendar. But we have some even more great things in store. And if you join us live, not only are you going to win some more merch, but we're actually going to give away some AirPods as well, a brand new pair. So if you are interested in winning some extra goodies, make sure to tune back in tomorrow for Frontrow, which will start at 9 p.m. AEDT. Basically the same time it started today, but for tomorrow. There's also a Slack community you guys can join. That's probably the best place to stay up to date in terms of like real-time content and also engaging and networking with other people who have signed up for the conference. So there'll be a link either down below or in the chat somewhere as well. But that's it from me. I've been your host, Ryan Hayward, and a massive thanks to my team behind the scenes for actually making all this happen for day one. But until next time, we'll catch you later.
Thank you.